Good morning. All right, we are going to go ahead and start a new game for The Last Caretaker. The Last Caretaker is a survival crafting game that released in November. I am loving it. I have nearly 100 hours in it already, and I did just about everything on the board except for some of the random points of interest. I finished the story through. I'm curious as to what the new update has included. It says new locations and quest, warehouse, hangar, caves, habitat nodes, and secrets to uncover. New items and modules, the forklift, the compost system, the speakers, night vision, binoculars, and more. They've rearranged, it looks like, the skill tree, the enhancements a little bit. And they did a bunch of bug fixes and stability and performance. It's running pretty well already, although I am at an older laptop, so I tend to run at 30 FPS with medium visual settings. So I'm going to go ahead and go into backup slot 1, override that game, and we are going to start off. Right. Sequence initiated. Memory corrupted. There you go. It's thinking about it. It did take a moment to load to start. At the very beginning, it started the CPU was a bit busy for a minute. While this is doing this, we really pop over there. Pop back. All right. So we wake up in a dark room. First thing we want to do is turn on our flashlight. I am also on controller because my father brought home an Atari and I've been using a joystick ever since. So long press on the D-pad turns on your flashlight. This is lootable. You want to hold X to loot. Looting gets you XP in this game, so you always want to loot every chance you get. All right, there is nothing else in this room except a button that doesn't work and a chair we're going to knock over. Come over here. Let's say right trigger, grab and move.
It's dark and quiet now, but it doesn't have to stay that way. Reconnect the power. Bring this place back to life.
All right, from darkness light. She's essentially just pointing out the obvious. These cardboard boxes have materials in them. If you look at your inventory, oh, there we go. If you look at your inventory, you have two types of things. You have scrap, which is these, and you have materials. Scrap is processed into materials. So this is the game giving you some stuff that you can work with right away. So look for those boxes. Now, in order to get the lights on, we're going to be working in that area up those little stairs, but we need something else first. Now grab and open this door. The yellow handles indicate that the doors can be opened. Oh no, Manny, are you okay? No, he is not. So we are just going to take him for his service and steal his stuff. We have some electrical cable, which you are going to be using all over the place, some batteries, and a glow stick. I'm going to go back into our inventory, select a glow stick, and say add to holster. It'll pop up down in that lower corner. And we do the same thing with the batteries. And so these are handled using the D-pad. There we go. We have a glow stick and we have a battery. The glow stick is a little closer than it used to be. Either that or my field of vision has changed. Eventually you will get some weapons, a pistol and a rifle, but we don't have those yet. This door cannot be opened. You can see it's lit up in red. That means it doesn't have power. So how do we get power? And over here, point at the little nozzle. The contextual prompt in the center above our energy bars says connect to medium battery. Click X. It's pulled one of the cables out of our inventory, connected it. We can just walk it over here, connect to outlet. Now we can jump for joy. Now we can turn on.
Caretaker. Every restored connection brings us closer to reclaiming our home. We've lingered here long enough, Caretaker. Head to the docking hangar. There's something important there, waiting to show us our path.
All right. So we're going to do 3 more things before we go. First is if you position yourself on the stairs and you look up, you see that little plus glowing sign there between the 2 pipes? That is loot. So there's a very neatly set up set of stairs over here. You can jump onto the box. And then if you point up a little bit, overpoint just a bit, and hit a double tap if you want to, and hit the forward, you're going to jump up on top of the locker, turn your head around. Now, this doesn't look like it can be hit, but it can. There's our feet. And put ourselves right at the edge. And we're going to jump and move forward at the same time. You see all sorts of stuff up there. I like to aim a little high when I'm jumping up and try to center myself so that I'm jumping in a straight line as much as possible. There we go. All right. Now, we're going to pick up the metal junk and drop it onto the floor. And now if we hold down the X, it will loot all of this. Nice. Now, there is fall damage in this game, but it's pretty safe to jump down from this height. You can, however, make your way down any way you want. The next thing that we are going to do is we're going to open this door now. You see it's turned from red to green. And come back in here. Another robot friend. No. And we're going to get Tommy. We're going to loot Tommy. He's what's called a memory. They're not going to be useful right away, but they will come in handy later on. You can turn the lights on in there, but we're not going to stick around, so it's no point. I'm also going to connect to the medium battery. It's going to take a little bit more of the cord out of, or cable out of my inventory, and then you're going to see it says hold, connect to self, and then in parentheses hold. So long press the X. Then we are going to fill up our blue bar. Long press the X to disconnect, and then long press the B button to put that back into your inventory. So we have refilled our blue bar. The blue bar is stamina. So the blue bar is stamina or power, battery power, and the green bar is vitality or health. And obviously, when the blue bar goes all the way down to 0, like a lot of games, it will start to eat your green bar really quickly. So you need to keep both of them balanced. It's another reason why I don't always turn on my headlight or my lamp or my flashlight, whatever you want to call it, unless I have a reason, like I need to see what's in front of me. Obvious reason. The other way to get to your headlamp is to the right button. So R1, you pull up your tools, and then you can just select it from here. We currently have 2. That just turns it on. And we have another robot friend. And we can see where we're going. There is a lot of material in here that you could come back and loot, but we don't have the tool that will let us break anything down at the moment. So we're just going to grab those 2 cables, grab this battery, hello robot friend, and open this door. And grab the other battery. Now, we're going to open and close the door a couple times. You're looking for the little grab symbol in the center. Looking to not stand in the doorway when you do this. That's fun. Okay. So all of these are going into our holster, and we can use them later. This is our heal station. We're going to grab the cable, connect it to ourselves, and now the green bar is going up. You'll find heal stations all over the place. I'm going to just disconnect it. This is our backup station. You can do a manual backup by grabbing the cable with X, or you can do a quick backup to the existing slot. So if you want to save to a fresh game slot, you want to do the cable. I'm just going to do a quick backup, long press the Y, it'll say backup completed. It is a lot faster than it was. That's nice. Okay, come back in here. You can turn on the lights in here. That will trigger a voiceover that tells you about the kill station.
Begin by tending to your own systems. Vitality first. The ferrofluid in your frame is not ordinary cooling.
So we're going to come over here and we're going to loot the teddy bear. Everybody needs a teddy bear. And we're going to clear a little ways out of the door. Just hold it, and if you hit your left button, it'll throw it. That's always fun. Some things are a little harder to pick up and to throw. That's pretty light. This is pretty heavy, so you really can't pick it up. You can just kind of drag it around. And all of this is wearing down our battery. So pretty much do what you need to.
Only the record.
Yeah, he's nice, but we don't need to hear him. I'm going to come in here, though. We're going to turn these lights on. This is going to turn the lights on all the way up the elevator shaft. That is what that is right there. There's another battery over here. And a bunch of stuff that can be broken down. I'm going to call the elevator. If for any reason you're stuck down here and there are no power, our little robot friend is pointing away. There are ladders and platforms that go all the way up. Be careful getting up and on and off the ladders because, again, fall damage. And if you fall from that height, it'll hurt. We're going to go up. You can see there's robots over there. There's some other stuff that you could grab. You should probably go down those ladders at least once before you leave the opening area. We are going to come over here and we're going to turn on this light because we need to see what we're doing. And we have 2 batteries here and we have a beastie. These are one of the sample beasties. Those black tendrils are like tripwires. If you touch them, the beastie will pop and the things that live inside the beasties will come at you. Or you could walk over and hit it. It's crowbar, left button. Hits things with crowbars. You do get other weapons, but we're going to... we'll get to those later. So you have to destroy the black base, essentially. So the base and all of the tendrils. And it will protect itself by erupting, essentially, with these little fuckers. All right, wait until that's popped, and then just pop all of those along with it. And you are looting as you do that. You're looting biomatter and you're looting wire scraps. This one was fairly straightforward. A lot of places in this game, you have to defeat whatever happens to be on top of something in order to get into it. I'm going to come through here. There's no light switch in here. Move our robot friend. Seriously, he doesn't want to be moved. And then we'll go through here and she's going to tell us about the button. No.
There she is. Your vessel. More than just metal and circuits. It's your freedom. This boat is how you'll reclaim the seas, and perhaps even your identity.
Alrighty.
Dock systems are offline. Without them, we're trapped here. Restore the power, Caretaker, so we can sail again.
So she's talking about, obviously, the fact that it's dark and the doors are shut. So that is our next task. We're going to loot this stuff. We're going to loot that. We're going to loot the cable. And you can, in fact, loot the small battery, or you can charge yourself out later on. We're going to loot it because we might need it later for something else. Those small batteries are fairly common, and you will learn how to make your own. So if you think you need one, go ahead and use it. Coming down here, it is the glow sticks are often a suggestion that this is the way to go. So keep an eye out for those. Another cable, some more batteries. I am waiting for I hit level 2 and not notice. That's gotten better. Nope, I'm still level 1. So we'll just keep going. Nope. All right, this is going to teach you how to jump if you hadn't figured it out already. You're running jump across this gap. All right. Pick up this glow stick. Our little robot friend is going to have to wait there because we haven't gotten to level 2 yet. And we need that in order to break him down. Go ahead and reach some more. Use another glow stick that's leading us into that door. We are going to go down here. However, I really want level 2 before I go upstairs. There's another robot. Robot friend. We're going to pull him down. I'm not messing with that other one because he has a tendency to fall in the water. And there are ways to get around that, but there we go. We have reached level 2. All right. We have skills and enhancer points. So skills, we have opened up the second level here. There's something off to the side that has to do with the resolution on my screen. You'll be able to see it. That's the Lunalite. You want the 2 freebies, which is this engine, which we won't do anything with yet, but it's free, so go ahead and take it. You want the dismantle tool. You want to be able to make electrical cord, which is vital, and an electrical cable extender. Take a look at some of these. These ones that have a square around them, those are new. Charge injector injects converted power into your system, trading electricity for vitality. So it's a health stick, essentially. In the past, we could make the little batteries, and we could use those, eat them kind of like Twinkies, and they would charge our battery, but we had no health Twinkie. We had to go back to the vitality station in order if that ran down. We have the pallet and we have the forklift. We could make a forklift. This is a echo horn. All right, what's off to the side here? The small control generator. Okay, that's it. Okay. Shock grenade, water purifier, field binoculars. That will be helpful in seeing where we're going. Night vision. Depth glow illuminates underwater. Heavy sinking glow stick designed for underwater visibility. I've used the glow sticks a lot underwater simply because, my soil forge is off to the side. I'm going to have to change my resolution if I want to see that. I am old and I have poor eyesight, and so I tend to blow out. My font size. Okay, while we're here, I'm going to just take this. One of our tasks is going to be to fuel the boat. So we're going to go ahead and jump over here. This is a yellow cord. So it obviously goes into the yellow plug. And most things when you plug them in are going to have this little dash and dot. That is called equalizing. If there's 2,000 liters of fuel, it will put 1,000 in the boat and leave 1,000 in the tank. I'm going to go ahead and switch mode to just fill the boat. The other thing I'm going to do, I'm going to grab this cable, jump back here. This is a mooring cable. You match it up with these little anchor points, and that's going to pull the boat closer to the dock. I'm also going to connect that to that tank, and I'm just going to go ahead and drain this because they're not all that exciting to carry around. There's another mooring cable here. You don't really need it when you're indoors. Also over here, I'm going to do with that. Here's another fuel canister. You see that is empty now. You can tell it started off looking like the yellow one, and now it is this one. meaning that it is empty. We're just going to do the same thing here. And another extra 400 of cable. We're draining down our batteries, so we're not going to do this for very long. I'm going to take this and trunk it downstairs, which is where it's going to be used. The other thing that we'll do on the boat before we go is this is a health station and a vitality and a save station. And in here is another thing that belongs downstairs. You can see some more of those batteries. I want to keep you from having to worry about batteries. This can be plugged into the boat, but I'm going to do something else with it. So I'm going to just pick it up and take it with me. You can always use cable. And your junk. Your junk, your junk, your junk. Okay. Now that I have, actually, I don't want to spend too much time retracing my steps and flopping around, but I'm going to top myself off from the battery really quick because the headlamp is using up battery. Oh, I unlocked the skills, but I did not do the enhancer. So we have 10 enhancer points. I'm going to put 5 into vitality, and I'm going to put 5 into battery. I tend to go for vitality, battery, power management. These are new: field medic and shock absorber. Hall mastery will increase the size of your backpack, essentially allow you to carry more. And hydraulics will allow you to lift heavier objects. Oh, and that's right. I didn't know. Can I do anything with the forklift now? In theory, you could do things with the forklift, but maybe you have to repair it first. No. There's no X to interact with it. Maybe it needs power. All right, we'll leave that be. What I want to do next is I want to come back for our little robot friend over here. Now, if you try to grab him, he's going to fall into the water. So don't do this. I should have said this earlier. Don't do this before level 2. It's what we want to do. I'm going to switch back to a mouse really quickly. I need to right click and say add to action bar 3. And that is going to put that down there on my shortcuts menu. And now when I long press, it pulls this up. Wait very carefully until we get to dismantle. You see the little pop-up box in the center? We are going to dismantle him without moving him because that's just going to do that. So we're going to come out here. Goodbye, robot friend. And do the same for this. There is lots of good scrap in the robots. And you're going to need good scrap. In fact, we're going to dismantle these two while we're at it. So you don't have to come back. Anything that looks like tech scrap, screens, printers, monitors, robots, anything that looks like that is going to have wire scrap, aluminum, plastic, and glass, which we're going to need. The last little secret, we're going to jump up here, carefully, and grab 3 more batteries. There we go. You can jump down here onto the boat without taking any damage. You can see my batteries have gone down a lot too, because I've got the headlamp on, literally you can see where I'm going. And dismantling cost battery. What we want is we want to go into this room, and where we need to go, the glow lights are telling us, investigate this. So, grab those vents. These broken vents can usually be grabbed, and you can get in behind them. It's telling us to turn on our headlamp. to toggle our headlamp. And it's telling us that it really wants us to do that. Okay. We grab that battery, grab our little friend. There's nothing living in this particular vent. I'm just going to back it out. My butt knocked the vent out of the way. We're going to leave our little robot friend here. And now I'm going to work myself. That is a room we can't get into because it has no power. And work my way around, looting as I go, more batteries, more materials. All right, long press up to get the wrench. This is the repair tool. Right trigger to repair. That has repaired that. We do still need to get some. We want our batteries. Boop. Use. Oh, it wants us to hold this. So you have to use them deliberately now. Okay. I'm going to grab that scrap. This lets down this ladder so that you don't have to get it later on. We are going to connect this to this. I'm trying to use up some of my stuff because I'm overloaded a little bit. This is going to equalize these two batteries. We're going to get into refilling them in a minute. And I'm going to grab some more of this stuff. These cannot be looted. They can only be broken down. All right. So we're going to come over here. Come over here. In order to bring power down to the boat, and right trigger to get this little thing. It is going to, and then X to fabricate. And now we're going to connect here. We're going to connect here, pull it over, and connect here. And then we're going to turn on the lights.
Doc is alive again, thanks to you. Each step forward reconnects us to a brighter future. Caretaker, you were never meant to remain bound. These waters were once pathways, carrying life, purpose, and discovery. Something awaits you out there, ready to be reclaimed.
All right. And it's flashing at us that we need battery power and we need vitality. Come back here, connect to self. That we are overloaded and it is not happy with us because of that. You come back over here. So there's the trick. You connect to the connector and then connect to self. And you'll draw down from whatever that connector happens to be attached to. Put that cable away. I'm going to also put this cable away because I like to restring it. It is a very long one. It is also going to make me overweight, but we'll work on that later. All right, this can be opened now. Leave the lights off for the moment. We're moving a little slow because we're heavy. That's okay. I'm going to come over to this room down here, which is now open. A little more smoke effect in here than there used to be. All right. Go ahead, turn the light on. And we are going to connect the battery to the recycler. Turn the recycler on. And X to interact with the recycler, Y to deposit all trash. Like that. This means we're not overweight anymore. Now we're going to just start chunking things in. There we go. Pretty much anything within reach in this room, I'm going to put in here. I have plans for all of those materials. I'm not going to do a completist run because I've done that. Seriously, game. I've done that before. The game is pretty generous with the materials. So you can do a couple different things. You can do a run where you break down everything as you come to it and just essentially strip mine everything for parts and That is how we roll. Or you can just grab the resources as you need them. And I know that I'm going to be needing some of these things. So we're just let those pile up. All right, I'm going to break these down by hand. It has been stated that you get more XP breaking down by hand. The reason is this: when you break something down, you loot the parts. Remember, you get XP when you loot. So you're looting the scrap. And then when you pull things out of the recycler, that also counts as loot. So you essentially get, I don't know if it's exactly double, but in theory, you get more. Just to get anything that gives me tech scraps or gives me fabric scraps. Metal and plastic is going to be all over the place for the moment. And loot our little teddy bear here. You can see I'm draining down my battery power, but I'm okay with that at the moment because we are standing right next to a battery. And we're carrying all those batteries as well. I'm going to chuck that in. I'm going to recharge myself. I'm not going to break down the boxes at the moment. Boxes come in handy. There's a lot more glare up in those ceiling lights than there used to be. Boxes come in handy. You can see it stopped charging when I was full. Now, I'm going to loot all of this and tell us we're getting all sorts of, we've reached level 3. And we are overweight. That's okay. All of these things is different type of materials that have been broken down from the scraps. Come in here. And you can sort these by weight, but I know that gold is very heavy and I'm not going to need it. And copper is very heavy and I am not going to need this much. I'm going to keep a little bit of the polyurethane. It is also very heavy. I'm also going to drop the stuffed animals. And in fact, I think I'm going to drop the battery as well. And we're going to come back for this later on. Now, a lot of the other stuff that is around the dock, I will get to. I broke down those screens specifically and those 2 robots because in theory, when we come back up here, oh, it's gotten turned around. Okay. In theory, when we come back up here, we are going to go up these stairs. And we are going to turn this light on and look out the window. It is daylight. That's what we want. Come back for all of these. They're usually pretty good. And I'm going to open this. And we are going to grab our little teddy bear friend. Wait till you get the prompt. Don't knock them into the water. There's a bunch of stuff up here. So this is connected to the building. This is an external outlet that leads up through over here. Now, get the melee weapon ready. Then we gotta pop some little sweethearts over here. Hey, fresh robot, here we go. Waka, 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 waka. The problem with enemies in this game is that they spawn. So each individual one only does a few damage, but they all come at you all at once. And then that is not good. Oop. Pick up. Right. Really, we're going to rewire these as well. That can go there. All right, so long press up gives us our repair tool. If I've got it right, we can repair everything up here without going back downstairs. If not, I'll show you what you do. Here you go. Go. Pull this over here. All right, these are all repaired. We are going to connect you. You. I'm going to connect you. I'm going to put a new cable connector in here. Being a little extra about our cable connectors and using resources, but it lays the wires out neater and less fussy. Fill that in. To you. Over to you. Connect. And that turns it on and off. Connect to you. Connect to a new cable extender. And if I run out of iron and plastic, this is going to be the reason why. Connect to you. All right, so they are all saying they feed into this, but it doesn't seem to be doing anything. Why? Because we don't have anything connected down the bottom. We can, however, test this theory by connecting to ourselves. You can see it activates very slowly, though. There are faster ways to recharge. All right, it's going into the building. What is the building? Well, we actually disconnected this wire earlier because I want to be special about it. We're going to come over here. We're going to jump down here. We're going to position ourselves about here and jump over this railing. And what this is going to do is it is going to put us in a position to jump down here. Nope. All right. Yeah, I did this once. We're going to jump up on the railing. And we're going to crouch and jump at the same time. There we go. Over and out. You can just string it down, but where's the fun in that? Connect to that medium battery. And now the solar panels on the roof are charging our battery indoors. And we have renewable power. Go ahead over here. Oop. Wall. Come in here. Turn you on. Save. We don't need any health at the moment. Come back upstairs. You can see, because the question is, what happens when the sun goes down? Well, that's what the wind turbines are for. All right, so you can see this is flowing. As the robot, you do not have to worry about running through your own wires, but you do have to worry about knocking things into them. Like if I picked up a traffic cone and tried to whack the wire, it would respond with physics. All right, next thing to do, melee weapon. Wacka, 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 wacka. There we go. Now, where did the little beasties go? All right, they vanished. And now do you. Wacka, 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 wacka. Focus on this thing, not the beasties, then the beasties. And always back away from the beasties. Just be careful not to back off of the edge of the platform. Pull out our handy-dandy tool. Survey says, it might be low on iron. You can see they chipped away at my health. And it's costing me battery power to repair things. All right. ahead. And that is all 3 of you repaired without going back to the recycler. Oh. All right. I'm going to put you down over here. Down. Plug you in. Plugging you in. And up. And over the other side, you'll see the little circle gets a bit of a light effect when it's activated. Over here. Plug you in. Plug you in. And then just carry this over to the main over here. You have approximately 20 meters before you have to put down, before it's a requirement that you put down one of the little connector boxes. Otherwise, you can pretty much just drape it out, or until you run out of cable and you have to make some more. So the wind turbines work, obviously, anytime there's a little bit of wind. They also work during storms, and they work during at night when there's usually more wind. So this will keep everything running pretty much no matter what's going on. Okay. There are other beasties that you can get at over here. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to go after this one on this door. Let's make sure. You're going to pull a cable off of here. We're going to plug it into this wall. Because in this room, left button, left button, left button. There we go. Go ahead and just whack all around. In this room, now that it's open, we have light switch. We have another recycler and this other item here, which is a fabricator. And in fact, I'm going to put another box down here just in case we want to use the fabricator. Also, that gives us a place to plug ourselves in. This is the trick that I like. Plug myself in. Dismantle. Dismantle. Because the dismantle tool will draw down your internal battery. So you can literally dismantle yourself to death. It's very exciting, I'm sure. I actually saw the community manager do a live stream, and he was not paying attention. And he was dismantling a bunch of really high value items, and then he went and dismantled a perfectly ordinary table. And that's what killed him. It was hysterical. He started sitting there with his mouth gaping open. So yeah, pay attention to your battery power when you're dismantling things. I like dismantling things because it's just less fussy than picking things up and carrying them around. Other people like using the recycler because, see, these things, if you don't position them right, they're going to rebound off the walls. The recycler, on the other hand, allows you to play basketball with the recycler. But, I mean, it's a little hard to envision here, but if you are standing outside on one end of the dock and you pitch something down all the way to the other end, it can be extremely, it's a lot of fun. Go ahead and pull you in. Leave you for the moment. There are beasties living in the vent to my right or to my left. Definitely down the vent to the left. So we're going to leave them to the last. There are other things. I can't remember if there's anything at that vent, but there's stuff to get if you need. Go ahead and drop in our scraps. All right. I'm going to leave that as it is for the moment, however. So that is the recycler and the fabricator in here. If you want to, you can go hog wild all over this roof and grab all sorts of stuff. we're going to go down really quickly and attend to the boat. We're also, well, we can jump straight down there. We're also going to get power down to the boat from the roof. So we're going to connect to this cable extender. It automatically grabs the cable when you do this, so don't worry about it. And now if I point at the floor, it's going to say connect to self. If I point at the wall, it's going to give me, the floor and the wall will give me the option for a cable extender. Empty space, I can connect to self or I can drop it. If I point at the ladder, you see it says tap X to enter. And that will just move you onto the ladder. You don't have to jump onto ladders. And as I walk down, I am taking the cable with me. And now I point at the floor, I get my RT to fabricate an extender. And then if you wobble closely, connect to the extender. A little bit of a kink in it because of where I put it, but oh well. Now we are going to come over here. Oh, and we are going to jump down to the boat. Do not jump down from the platform onto the boat. You will take fall damage. Use the ladder and do it this way. It's also, it's more than 20 meters, so your cable's going to run out of it. All right, I'm going to jump down to the boat. And for sake of consistency, I'm going to put down another one of these. Also, I want to be able to connect it to that battery over there. And now we're going to connect, just like we connected the diesel, we're going to connect to the boat. That turned it all off again. We're going to connect. I don't have any cable extender. We'll have to go make some. Now the lights are on in here. We have some materials we can grab. This is on fire. What are we going to do about it? Pull out your handy dandy repair tool. And we are going to repair the engine. I'm going to go ahead, turn on my timer. And go off screen so I can know how long I've been on that. All right, this is a diesel engine. Lift it up, put it in the general vicinity of one of the holes, and then release it. It'll pop into place. This is that thing that we grabbed off of the deck earlier and tossed down here. This is where they go. Doesn't matter which one they go into. Drop. There you go. This one is blue, so obviously, and it's square, so it goes into the blue square hole. There we go. Now we have two of each. Over here, open this door. Now that the boat has power. Oh, that's right, we don't have cable. So I'm going to have to make some cable with just whatever I've got on me. So this is why we got the cable skill. Going to come to the build menu, and we're just going to build one. It takes one copper and one plastic. You see over off to the right, it says we have 19 copper and 13 plastic. And if you look down at yourself, your little hands are making the cable. And in the lower right-hand corner, it'll show you what's going on. So come over here, connect the fabricator, dump in our scraps. We are also going to connect, that was the recycler. This time we're connecting the fabricator. So making things on your person costs electricity. It will run down your internal battery. Making things on the fabricator, as long as you have the parts with you, doesn't cost anything at all, as long as the fabricator is powered. I come in here. I'm going to drop our teddy bear, drop our poop, and drop this fuel cable because I don't think we're going to need it. I'm going to come over here and drop pretty much everything else, because I think we are done. Keep the iron. I'm going to keep the plastic. I think we are done. And I'm also carrying these large batteries, or these medium batteries. We'll go ahead and drop them too, because we've got a bunch of, we've got quite a lot of small batteries. We'll go ahead and snack on them first. All right, so now we have enough cable. Come over here. And we are going to plug this in. And we're going to jump. All right, we're going to come up the stairs and we're going to jump. I'm going to plug into here. And then we're going to plug you into here. And this is going to drain that. And we're going to grab it and plug into you. And just physics. Toss you into the boat. Deal with you later. Toss you into the boat. Deal with you later. And we're going to connect to self. And just because we can, go ahead and dismantle whatever's within reach. Because now we have somewhere to drop all of this. Even on a quick run, if you want to get out of this location in under an hour, I would do all of the robots you can find, and I would do this bed. You can always come back for the other beds. I would not necessarily do the opening room, the very first room that you're in, because that space is hard to get to and maintain your battery levels. You can drape power all the way down there. You can power that side of the base. It takes a minute though, and uses up resources. If you're doing a completionist run, absolutely do that. Recharge that battery down there as well. Go all up and down those platforms. If you're looking to get out in a hurry, just the stuff within reach on the dock, I think, is probably enough. There is stuff down. There's also pink slime down that vent. Again, I'm not going after the boxes because they take a while to break down. In fact, I'm going to leave you as well. Go ahead and grab that cable. Pull that over. And we're going to go here and drop in our stuff. I'm just going to leave things where they are and clean up later. I know. It's telling us that we are all clear. In fact, it's telling us that we could leave anytime we wanted. And we do supermarket sweep rules. If it makes it onto the boat, it can come with. And we'll break it down afterwards. Things will, if you are careless about tossing them, toss straight off the boat and into the water on the other side. So be mindful of where things are going to land, particularly things like robots. A lot of this stuff we're going to find more of as we go through the world. All right. Now, the question is, do I want to break anything else down? And do I want to go into the vents? Ooh. We're at about 55 minutes, which is pretty good. You can get out of here faster if you really want to, but and there are plenty of things around in the world. going to put you over there for no good reason. There are plenty of things around in the world that could replace some of the stuff that's in here. It is also a fact that you can come back here anytime you want to. So you could go out, clear out whatever's closest, test things out, see what you think, and then come back and do a whole bunch of breakdowns. These are great for fabric. Most metals are very common. Plastic and iron are very common. Unfortunately, are also used in a lot of stuff. That is an event that we'll go ahead and go into. Drop things down. It's kind of like, those productivity blocks. Only touch a task once. No, we'll touch it twice because we'll chuck it onto the boat and then we'll touch it again. You'll find, at least unless they rebalance things, that you have a bunch of copper just all over the place. They removed the railing back there. That's what's going on. I didn't used to be able to chuck things into the bridge. Let's come over here and pick up Tommy and all this stuff. Now, it wants to try and connect to the battery, but we don't really need, you got to wait until it says mute. I'll put my scraps in. No, that's just a window. That vent just points up. I know where it comes out because I have actually, I actually dropped a wire down once and did all of the wiring internally, rather than what I did here, which is drape it all over everything. But I guess if you were treating this like your base, then that would be a good option. But come in here, drop Tommy. The controller is a lot more responsive. I used to have to really lean on things. I thought I had more than one battery that I needed. No, I left that upstairs. All right, we'll get some more over here. Just because we can. We'll leave this mess where it is. Sorry. I know. Out of sight, out of mind. There we go. All right, so which vent do we want to go in first? Let's go into the one that does not have slime. All right. Hop up here. Oop, jump. All right, we're going to look to our left. And there is a metal beam. Might as well shut that out. There we go. And look to our right, and we have more metal. Don't fall in the hole. I mean, it's not a big deal if you do, but it can be a pain in the butt. All right. In fact, I'm going to use up some of these. I'm going to remember that they have that new mechanic. Now let's reboot these batteries, even though they're heavy. They have that new mechanic where you have to hold down the right trigger button, which I understand keeps you from accidentally using things, but honestly, you're going to be a pain in the butt. We're just going to break you down. It does slow a person down when they're snacking in a fit of panic because something is coming at them. All right, so behind here, this is another type of memory. Take the love letters, take the battery. We are not going to argue with the mattress and try and get it out here, believe me. No one wins that fight. You'll see if you try to pick up the mattresses, they are floppy. Money. This was something that they said. Recycle to extract fabric. U.S. survival dollar. Continental Reserve note. Fascinating. I mean, it's paper, and paper is fabric. Well, yeah, paper is wood pulp, and there's often a lot or a little bit of fabric in it, particularly the stuff that they make cash out of, simply because of the texture that they're going for and the durability that they need. That's very smart. I like that. Right, you have a lovely sea view. All right, so we have cleaned out the score up here. More another. And these little consumable batteries also have weight to them. All right, so there is something else in here. Now that I've done that, you are another piece of metal. I mean, deal with it later. Come on then. Out you go. No? All right, so that was downstairs. This is upstairs. Get on the red pipe. Go up. Looks like a dead end. Looks like a dead end. Looks like a dead end. No. There's stuff. There's stuff over here. So this is when you do the running jump or just a standing jump. Then you fall off. All right, running jump it is. 1, 2, 3. What? There we go. Sometimes double jumping is counterproductive and the robot gets confused. All right, this is a stopwatch, is another memory. And a bunch of stuff. We're going to go ahead and write this down. Oh. Write key down, write key down. I like clearing out these little vents just so that I can put a check in them and say, yep, those are done. As far as I can tell, materials do not respawn. I was 70 hours into one of my other games or one of my other playthroughs and came back here and it was exactly as I left it. Nothing had respawned. So that is something to keep in mind. Once you've cleared out a space, that is pretty much it. Now, it's interesting because on one hand, it kind of changes the math. I would charge. So one of the things you'll learn is you'll learn the difference between a tap and a long press. Because particularly on the controller, no, you cannot make that jump. All righty. Particularly on the controller, a lot of things are double keyed. All right. Back here. Drop, 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 drop. Let's not drop you inside the battery. There we go. I'll get boxes for this stuff later on. You have volunteered to go into the shredder. Yep. Score. All right. The thing about boxes is that you get access to the small one. Obviously, they do small, medium, and large. But you That's standing on you now? I still can't do anything with you. All right. Yeah, small, medium, and large. You end up with so many of the large ones, or the small ones, just floating around. If you go all in, I almost prefer to level up as quickly as possible and jump on the thing. Don't bounce off the thing. There we go. I prefer to level up as quickly as possible to get to the large boxes and then just make those. All right, this is a dark dank tunnel. You'd think you turn your light on. You'd be wrong. Inside here is pink slime. Oh, that reminds me. I got up to 3. Yeah, see, we have the small boxes and we also have the electric pistol. I will make one of those before I go much further into the... See, this is where making things big comes back and bites me in the ass. I'm going to bump all over the place. I'm going to also... No, I'll hold off on those. All right, so we are going to improve power management and hall mastery. Engineering has to do with how fast and how well you build things. Scrapper has to do with how fast and how well you break things down. And that is actually, I think I'm going to go with Scrapper. Okay. I'm going to hold off on Field Medic until I see an example of it. A shock absorber. It's 0.25. It's half a percentage point. That would probably add up. I almost want to think I'm going to do with engineering, and maybe we'll do a few more things where we build on ourselves. Hydraulic, I would almost think would affect your jump distance, but I haven't actually seen any evidence of that. All right, feed all as we go. Slime. That is pink slime. You can go at it with the electric pistol, but honestly, just hit it with your crowbar at times. All right, the thing about the pink slime is that it is attracted to the lights. It is attracted particularly to bright white lights. See, it's not doing anything when I have the glow stick out. But if I turn on my headlamp, it's going to get a little more excited. I think actually this one is stuck in the vent. If it's loose, it will, apparently a really bad example. If it's loose, it'll swarm you. This is why I tend to see, it's like it was stuck in that vent there. I tend to like the glow stick for the vents, even though it is not that good for streaming, because sometimes you can't see what I'm doing. All right, so we have come up into a little hidey hole similar to that other one. This one, if you look up, that wire, that cord is connecting to the recycler. Sometimes if you look down into things, I picked up some more memories. Go ahead and break down everything in here just because we can. And I picked up another thing called food. Those, again, will become very, very useful when you get deeper into the game. All right. It wants you to crouch to get through there. Crouching on dark bit. Crouching on controller is the left joystick. I know my right from my left. You can't move this quickly when you're crouching. I tend to crouch. All right, I'm standing up. Okay. And you go onto the boat. Nope. That you can go onto the boat too. There you go. Again, mindful of where you toss things when you're tossing heavy items. These are pretty easy to grab and maneuver. Oh, see, that's bad. That's bad. We don't want you sitting with it. I'll turn down my mouse or my controller sensitivity. I am thinking I might want to turn it back up a little bit. And you come over here into options. Then you have X access. Let's turn you back up to 90-ish. Don't like massive wide camera swings, but depress the right joystick to apply. Now back. All right, that's the other smoother. I don't like wild camera swings, but I do want to sense it movement. All right, go ahead and get just a few more things, and then I'm going to get a few things off the roof, and then we're going to go ahead and go. Boxes. The completionist run that I did took about 4 hours. And that was to go into every single vent, every single memory, even some of the ones that are a little harder to get to. Go ahead and run down my battery on these things because I'm just about to recharge and save. So. And there's a recycler on the roof. Oh, there's a box I missed. See, blown out my battery and I've eaten a little bit of my health. Charge back up. There's some stuff in here in the corner as well. It's sometimes tempting to skip the metal, but then you find yourself low on iron. Sweetheart. And this is fairly straightforward. It's telling me that I'm still connected to that electric cable, even as I'm dismantling things. All right, that is a pico station. You cannot dismantle it. All right. Oh, our robot friend in the vent cover. And I think there's actually some glow sticks I left behind in there. That's okay. Goodbye, robot friend. All right, anything else within reach of the cable? I'll leave that table there. If you pile boxes on top of that table, drag that in. If you pile boxes on top of this cable, you see that yellow band? It is possible to jump up there and get into the rafters, and there's stuff up there. Such a pain in the butt, though. I always miss that jump. So You need at least, I think you need all the boxes from every level 4. This is why we dismantled. You need at least all the boxes from around up here. What else have I got? Charge injector. I'll go ahead and get that. The diesel generator I'll want eventually. The recycler I will want eventually. The diesel container. The small battery is very useful to make, but the other containers are a little less useful. I'm going to go ahead and get the Lumilight and the small wind turbine and battery or the engine. Yeah, we'll deal with that later. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get the improved hydraulics and then dump the rest into my bag. There will be instructions, I'm sure, as to what can and should be done with these. All right, so if you point right here in this middle strip, you're looking for a toggle display mode. That is going to change the color. I like this color scheme better. Security camera gives you all of the different spots within the facility. That's interesting. That's a new view. That's pointing at the power. That's the entrance. You cannot change the movement or angle. That's the roof. I think it's telling me that it's getting dark out. That's me. Hi, me. And that's the boat. And that's the dock. And the security camera doesn't handle the water very well. That's interesting. There's also this stuff, which is every time you pick up a memory, you get one of these logs. I think they're very interesting. The font is tiny and I don't like the contrast, so I tend to leave them for later. All right. We went out following the last beacon we could hear. Gamma still had air. Before we left, we painted the arrows, one at Sanctuary Dock 37, another at Navigation Beacon Delta, the last at Helios Reserve Orion. Oh, that's interesting. This is brand new. The last beacon we could hear is Gamma Beacon. Refuel Outpost Gamma. Huh. If you follow the arrows, we launched from Dock 37. Oh, we're not seeing any arrows. That's interesting. I'll have to take a look at it. Or maybe it's up on the roof or out on something. All right, let me go up and see what time of day it is. Because for what I have planned, I want it to be daylight. All right, and it is nighttime. So, oh, wrong button. Our little robot friend still does not have a clock. So we're just going to have to do things inside or stand here for a moment. In fact, this might be a good time for a stretch break. So I'm just going to take a quick moment. If I break these down, this is actually a pretty good place to break. Yeah, because I can split the video here. And then invite everyone back for another one. I guess this is also where a professional YouTuber will say, like, follow, subscribe, and so on. It's dark and it's raining. Wow, that they have upped the sunrise. Dang. That's impressive. I'm impressed. Okay. Come back here, dismantle you. I am going to do just a few more things in Sanctuary Dock 37 before we head out into the wild blue yonder. And the first things I'm going to do is knit back down and recharge and save. And because we are going to go out and, as they say, whack some beasties. Yeah. And always save before you go pick a fight with something. All right. Got that out of there. Those batteries are filling up. Ooh, 2 more, I think. So when you point the recycler or the dismantler, it tells you what you'll get. This is going to give us copper scraps and wire scraps. And I think the wire actually breaks down to silicone, but I'm not sure. The other one said straight out aluminum. All right. I like to pile these things in the same general vicinity as each other. All right. First things first, we are going to let's go down to the basketball court. That means smacking this thing. Do not walk off the edge, fall down edge. There we go. Point yourself at the ladder, hit X to enter, and you will never accidentally on purpose fall to your death. Well, it'll reduce the chances of you accidentally falling to your death. That's interesting. Well, first of all, they're not really supposed to float like that. They said something about a basketball mini game. So if you hold it and throw it, right, hold it. Do not back off the edge while you're doing this. And throw it. I got a point. Neat. Okay, that's why there's orange and blue ones. These are memories, so you do want to grab these. And since we are just about to go break things down in the recycler, these are plastic scraps. All of the traffic cones and little guides and everything. We have a robot friend here. And basketball. This is another one that I don't touch. I just loot him from a distance because he will fall into the water. And it's telling me that I am overweight, which I know. I'm carrying around too much scrap. Scrap has weight, batteries have weights, everything has weights. If you're the sort of loot goblin who despises being over encumbered, invest in the backpack, not hydraulics. Hydraulics will let you move heavier boxes. You need a little bit of that, but I don't know you need a lot. It may also help get things in out of carrying things around like this, but I do that. Oh, we've got all of this stuff too. All right. Because see, these things, for example, The little one is just fine. But this bigger one over here is a lot harder. I'm not able to lift this up high enough to get it into. See, you're messing with my wires, gang. It will bash the wire all over the place and put you in the corner and think about what you've done. This is a better example. See, I can't lift it off the ground the way I could, which meant that it could not go into the recycler because it's just, it's too heavy to even lift up to where the little teeth are. All right, I'm going to drop half my iron, half my plastic, my poop, my food, my gold, my memories, not my memories, never mind, my rubber, copper, poop, not the basketballs. Yeah. Oh, I dropped my iron. I'm going to do just a little bit of iron. There we go. All right, so I'm going to leave those there, and we'll come back to them in the end. Come over here. There are 2 tunnels here. Oop. I am also almost out of power because I've been showing off. Go ahead and recharge. There are 2 tunnels in there. I was always missing the first one because I was so focused on straight ahead that it's hard to miss. But actually, this one has a lot of really good stuff down it. And if I recall correctly, there is not anything like anything on it. Okay. This one has the drop. That drop, there's fall damage when you hit the vent, but then you don't hit the ground, you hit the water. And there's no fall damage into the water. So that goes down into the dock. It lands you down by the boat, which is a shortcut of sorts, but I wouldn't usually call it. The other one into mindful going around the edges. I really don't think that there's anything living in this one. But better safe than sorry. Battery. Battery. And a ladder. And this leads down to a hidey hole. All right. And this is actually overlooking the dock. Here we go. We have some crayons. We have a shock grenade. I suck so bad at the grenades, you have no idea. I've blown myself up 3 different times. Because they bounce. And if they hit the wrong thing, they will bounce right back at you. There's a little sign on the wall. Put that back. Fabric. There's a little right on the wall. There you go. Straight off to the right there. There's a big person and 6 little people. I wonder. I've seen other little bits of graffiti around. All right, I need to mind by jumping after this. There we go. Duck to get down. And our flashlight is eating our batteries, so we're going to use our glow stick. It's not too bad. That way? Okay, into here. Ah, no, don't do that. All right. This definitely has something in it. To the point where I'm going to just leave those where they are so I don't know which turn it is. All right, down here. This is a drop. You can survive this drop. You can't see the bottom of it, but you can survive this drop. You'll be happier if you're fully charged out. You can't get back up. It takes you outside of the facility and you'll end up going for a swim, which it won't kill you and you probably need to get used to it in the end, but it's, I don't feel like doing it right now. And there's not that much down there. You see the slime. The slime is attracted to the light and it is down there multiplying. Turn this off. Get your crowbar. Actually, this might be a good time to use the fabricator to make it up. All right, so we're going to plug into the fabricator. And we're going to make essentially what is a taser. This is interesting. Convert power in your system. Trading electricity for vitality. I probably takes up a bunch of your. Go ahead and make one anyways. We're just build one and see what it does. So the pistol. This requires a bunch of these things called item parts. That's this row up here. Turbine blade, display screen, battery cell, connector ports, etc. You have to, in theory, you have to make them first, but you don't have to remember what they are. You can say add all parts to queue, and then you have to build the weapon. And this will do both. You'll see it's making the little boxes first, and it's dropping them over there, and then it will take the little boxes in, and it'll make the taser. While it's doing that, I'm going to charge. I'll just go ahead and charge off of you. Now, I'm going to hit you back. There you go. And it spits us out a electric pistol. Go into our inventory, find the electric pistol, and we're going to say add the holster to, and then you see it pops down there. Your holster is your quick taps on the D-pad. The toolbar is long taps on the D-pad. Go ahead and dismantle our junk. I'm going to turn off the fabricator because we don't need it anymore. Yep. Connect you. Now, your context menu has changed again. This is going to look really, this is going to vary depending on what you've grabbed. If you tap Y, it is going to connect to the pistol, and you can see the numbers are going up on the little screen. And that is charging the pistol. You can also charge the pistol off yourself. That is a late game trick. I would not try that early game, but I play very conservative. So grab that there, put that away, because turn the fabricator off. And now we are going to go back and face the slime. The best weapon for the slime actually is good old-fashioned bullets because they kind of pop. Now, when you jump down here, your back is against the wall. So have your weapon out when you do this and orient yourself as quickly as possible. In order to get back out again, you would have to, I guess you could jump backwards, but it's going to be a bit chaotic down there. You don't want to get surprised doing this. Down. There's our slime. I'm going to duck under. Oop. I'm going to duck under and move forward. See, it's coming at us. Using our battery. Honestly, this is where you just melee the mothers. They pop when you hit them. I'm going to put you away and just use my crowbar. All right. Those stick out. And a reflective goo on the wall. It dries. All right. To get under this, you have to duck. To crouch. All right. That stuff? Yes. And we have more slime. Nope. Pop the slime. All right, we have a T branch. Dead end. Money. Nice. Vent up to the outer world. This goes downstairs. It is a long jump, though. You will take fall damage. I have successfully put a cable extender here, connected the cable, and made that jump, and landed at the bottom and connected the cable down at the bottom. And I guess I don't know why you would if I'm planning on leaving. The roadmap has things like decorations and maybe even some. I would love it if you could repair some of the infrastructure, like that gap in the walkway that's there. I'm gonna leave those there just because I can. So that you didn't have to jump. There's a lot of other places, a lot of other buildings where I would love to be able to repair things. In that case, being able to wire internally would be a lot of fun. All right, I'm going to leave this here really quickly and take care of one last thing. Still daylight, good. We're okay on power. All right, melee weapon. Whacka, 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 whacka. You have gotten closer. Just like they're exploding. There you go. Whacka, whacka. There we go. All right, what's in here? In here is a shortcut. If you pop this down, it lowers the ladder, and the ladder comes down on the dock. So instead of having to do the stairs all the way back and forth, we can go down to the dock. We have plenty of stuff. So if I was going to break down everything on the roof, I would connect myself to a cable, pull out my dismantler, and scrap whatever the cable could reach. And it will, in fact, reach over here. So you can do all of the little piles of things. You can do all of this plastic scrap. You can do all of this metal scrap. These things are heavy and they take a while, and I'm not sure if they're worth it. It's telling me no more cable left. This is about as far as it can reach. This is where they have something called it. You have an airborne. I gotta take a look at that or watch somebody else experiment with it. I would love to have the robot have a little radio station. And you could just groove out while you dismantle things. That is a significant part of the game. I could have had my torch on this time. Sorry. All right. Let's go ahead and drop off our scraps. Now, over here, there's stuff up here. I like to toss that stuff down in here because it doesn't bounce. It's like this little courtyard, and you don't have to worry about getting away from you. There's also stuff over here. No, that over there is where the basketball court is. This just goes down the side of the building. If you do fall off the building or you get stuck someplace, you can jump. You can't find these ladders. They go all the way up to the roof. That little blinking green thing in the center of the screen there, right above the cursor, that is a resource buoy. And you can climb on top of them and loot them, essentially. The red thing slightly up and to the right is a mine. If you bump into it, wrong button. If you bump into it, it'll do damage to the boat. However, it's easier to see when we get out on the water. That is actually just like a little floating globule. Kind of like you had the blue globes, that is a red globe, and it spits different types of objects. And you just get some more of the loose scrap. And so you have all of this, all up and down here, all over here. You can extend your cable and just drag all the way around to the roof and get all of this. I, however, would like to get a move on. So I cleared out the slime. The last thing that I think I'm going to want to do, 78%, that should be enough. There is one more beastie that I am aware of. You definitely want to get before you go anywhere. Over here, there's a bit of an incline. You can nudge yourself out here. Won't fall. Don't run. Don't jump. Don't back up. And we're going to use the taser on our little friend here and on all of his little popcorns. And then we're just going to whack this. Get. See that tendril? It wouldn't pop until I got that tendril that was on the back. That's what's going on here. The taser is great for the swarms. So all of those little popcorns, all of the leeches, all of the skitterbugs, all of everything like spits different things at you. The taser is great for those, but the traditional weapons with bullets will pop the slimes a lot more effectively, and they'll do a lot more damage over area of effect. All right, so I'm going to make a mistake here, or I'm going to show off here. I'm going to overload myself with all of this lovely, lovely materials. And it is just going to keep on coming. I think it stores it inside the machine until it has space. And we are going to slow walk. Actually, this might be an example of it's time to build a chest. And say add missing parts to queue. And then we're going to say build. And it gives you a little hologram of it. We're just going to put one down. And we can see we're making things, we're draining our battery, but that's okay. Actually, turn you off. Now, when you are holding a thing, you are not building, your queue freezes. But now it's just going to slip all the parts into the box. And it's building. Output is completed. We are going to put everything that's heavy. Polyurethane is heavy. Gold is heavy. We have a lot of plastic. Iron is heavy. Copper is heavy. Okay, that's it. But we are no longer overweight, and we are no longer. Oh, that's right. I'm going to leave that plugged in. We're no longer sucking juice. All right. Unfortunately, this also means we can't take the shortcut. As you can pick up the box. So, open, left button. You can name it. And it knows I'm on the controller. So let's switch back to the keyboard really quick. This is our stuff box. And we are going to right joystick to confirm. Our color, ooh, we can name it. We have a color swatch. This is new because everybody wanted to color it to match the material that was in it and put a name of the material that was in it. So they always knew where their plastic box was. I'm going to make this my copper box because copper is just all in place. And the icon. So we put some more icons in here. Oh, neat. They actually have a little thing that's shaped like, I think CU is copper. Maybe? Wrong. We'll pretend it is. We'll just go ahead and put that there. Proximity on. Auto close was empty. I actually don't like that. I like it to auto close when I'm done with it. And you can see it's sort of pasty orange and now has a little icon on it. All right. And we can lift it. And now all of that stuff that was weighing us down can be carried in our little box. And you can jump with your little box. You have to hold down the RT, the trigger button, though. Otherwise, you're going to drop your little box. And again, we can't go down. The ladder, we're going to have to take the stairs. We can try jumping down with our little box. Whee! Now we are going to put our little box over here next to the fabricator. The fabricator will pull from anywhere in this room. So this is where a lot of the storage ends up. You can see there's all sorts of copper. It is sometimes a little dodgy pulling from this room. I think they may have changed that, but obviously we have not tested anything. Let's not drop the grenade. Drop it and put our materials in here. Drop, 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 drop. All right. We'll deal with boxes later. I don't want to actually make boxes till I've got the medium box because it is such a pain in the butt to do. You end up with just a bunch of them lying on it. We're going to come up here. There is a little bit of stuff up here that you can grab. You can actually.
Mooring cables are reliable, but only if you are are precisely
chuck these down onto the boat.
power line or transfer. Below deck, storage for tools, resources, and cryo cargo. The bay
He's telling us about our boat.
recycling modules.
And we were going to go ahead and open the hangar door.
Cockpit systems include navigation,
Dun, 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 dun. There we go. All right. That
firm readiness of your vessel.
is pretty much everything I wanted to do before I left. I will, however, let's clean up just a little bit. We're going to take the cable with us. There's 399 liters in the tank. That is those two little things that we put in there. So we could, they're not too heavy. You can come with. We could go ahead and come back here if we need a diesel. I tend to just accept the fact that I move really slowly. And go ahead and double jump. I fell down in that gap once. It was exciting. Over here. Quick. You really should recharge your health and then save, but go backwards. Okay. So that is done. That is done. I'm not going to do anything with over there. On the far side, you can drape a wire all the way over here. Go ahead and drape it all the way down these stairs. Actually, what I did one time is I took a wire. That's that anchor in the water. The anchor in the water. That's something you can grab. I took a wire off the boat. I jumped in the water. I swam over. I put a cable extender on the wall right where the water hit the ladder. Brought it up here. Put it here. And then continued around. So instead of jumping that gap all the time, I just went ahead and jumped in the water. Alrighty. Something else over here. I think I'm going to take my own advice and say goodbye, robot friend. And you've been knocked over, so we'll go ahead and clear that out of the way. These are good for fabric. Everything else, I think I'm going to leave. There is a memory down the bottom. All right, let's go ahead and do that. Hold, enter. There we go. Now, he likes to jump off these ladders. He's very excited. And if you jump too far, he'll jump straight down the hole. And if you jump and miss the ladder, he'll jump straight down the hole. So, you're going to do that. I've looked around down here. I haven't found anything that was like over here that you could get to. There are definitely places that you could get. All right. We grab the battery, turn around. There is another battery. Again, don't walk off the edge. And we have a small tree and some things to get dismantled. And the voice.
Caretaker, systems active. Cycle beginning.
Enter. Look down. There we go. Broken robot. There we go. And if we go back down, enter. It will put away the And they come down here. Goodbye, robot friend. And I'm going to leave the rest. There are a lot of things. There's a lot of materials in here. And I'm just going to go ahead and close this door. It can be opened again. The handles mean you can open manually. I'm just going to go ahead and turn off. Be sure I turned off the lights in there. Yes. Nothing down that hallway. Nope. Go ahead and do that. I will go ahead and summon the elevator, which does work even though the lights are off. If I flipped the switch back in the starting room and shut down power to this part of the station, then the elevator would not work. You would have to come back with a battery of some kind of your own and recharge what's there. This is entirely unnecessary, by the way. You can just peace out and leave everything behind. This is just me being very extra. It's just me. Okay. Close all the doors. Leave everything as it is. This is sort of my secret snack chamber. Go ahead and jump in here. The water is calm here. All right. Oh, swimming. This took me forever to figure out. Crouch to go down. And then jump to go up. It's warning me that I'm too deep because I haven't put anything into pressure. Jump to go up. It takes way longer than you think it will. Ooh. But going down was an absolute nightmare the first time I had to do that. I was just sort of bouncing off walls and swinging around in circles and holding on to heavy objects in the hope that they'd take me down with them. It was ridiculous. So crouch, whatever your crouch button is, that's how you go down when you're swimming. And whatever your jump button is, that's how you go up. X, scraps. Drop our memory. Okay. I'll sort you out later. Let's turn everything off and shut everything down. So this is full again. Oop. So I'm going to reel that in. I almost want to stage some of these cables because I know if you did come back here in a panic, you'd be like, where are my cables? I have no cables. Go ahead and this up. I'm going to leave this. This can be my cable. I'm going to leave this because this was kind of a pain to set up. I'm going to go ahead and turn the lights off in here. Turn this off. Make sure we didn't leave anything in there. Nope. Leave the door open. That is another stash of things. Ah, crap. I figured out once how to get into it. I think you get into it from the outside. I can't remember. I can't remember how you get into that. I'm going to turn this off, leave this door open. This we're going to leave wired up just as it is. We're going to go ahead and leave the power on. I will go ahead and go up. Oh, wrong button. I'll go ahead and go up and close some of the doors up here though. I guess I've never seen the resources respawn, but then again, I've also never seen the beasties respawn unless we don't kill them properly. In that case, they will respawn. Go ahead and close this. And I'm pretty sure we cleared out everything that was in the vents and everything that was on the side of the dock. Yeah, all of these ladders tend to have things down them. For example, that has some resources, probably has some memories down there. But I'm going to leave it be. Somebody said if you swim around the bottom of the dock. Pardon me. Somebody said if you swim around the bottom of the dock, there's a way to get into a vent from underneath. Go ahead and close that door. I'm going to take this ladder down. And this is where we opened the pod bay doors. Get a bit of water. All right.
Cryo cargo. The bay also houses fabrication and recycled lines. Keep the floor clear. Keep systems powered and able to.
All right. None of the wires are still connected. All of the lights have been turned off. We will not fall off the boat. Come back up here one last time to save and then go up into the dock. Oh, one last thing. Not these, although I will take care of them. The things on the back of the boat. This is the anchor, the orange thing. There's an anchor in the front and an anchor in the back. This is a water purifier. There are things to do with it later on, but right now we can just leave it alone. This is the net. The net kind of drags behind the boat and passively gathers material as you go, which is nice. Go ahead and clear off the dock or the bridge. All right, now. Data cable not found. They were talking about that there was going to be a way of doing something with data cables. I think that comes later in the roadmap, though. This is to turn off the main power. This is the Pico station. I'm going to talk about display because I can. We now have electricity and petrol, diesel up here. Petrol is something different. Go ahead and recharge. Quick recharge. This is the map. Click on it. You can zoom out. You can zoom in. Pretty close. There's nothing on it yet. She's going to talk to us about that. There's a whole bunch of gauges and things up here. You can do that. We have an airborne now. You can pilot the boat. You can lift and lower the anchors. You can go ahead and lift the anchors. And you can turn off your diesel and your electric engine. So if you have no electric power, you're running off diesel, only you can go ahead and turn off the electricity. Likewise, you can turn off your diesel. I'm going to turn off my diesel because it makes you go faster, but that's not always a thing that I want. All right, so we're going to hit Y lifts and lowers the anchor. B changes the camera angle, and then the right joystick controls the camera. The left joystick controls speed. Up is to increase speed. the left, right on the left joystick controls direction. We just want to go straight. And we are going slow, but that's okay. I don't think I assigned my points when I leveled up. I'll double check that. We're just going to leave the nice man here in the dock talking to. So, that is a mine off to the right. You can tell it's got those little bubbles. Supposedly you can dismantle them these days, but I don't know if that's the one I'm going to try and experiment.
This vessel is more than just machinery. It's your refuge, your home now. Sail forth, Caretaker. Reclaim the waters humanity once commanded. The path is uncertain. Restoring navigational relays will illuminate our way. Beacon 49, eastward, should be your first step.
Okay, she has set us a new quest. The quests are in the upper left-hand corner. I, however, am going to not drive around in a stormy night. I'm going to go down and clean up some of that mess downstairs. That yellow icon, we hit X to back out of the steering wheel. The yellow icon also appears on the map. That is our next spot that we're going to go to. But, oh, this is so nice. You used to have to go all the way around in order to get down. Now you can just... All right. Let's toss some of this stuff into the recycler. You know it's going to use up a little of our energy. Clear the stairs anyways. You know, as we move, she's going to give us new tasks. And so we can, one of the tasks she's going to do is to tell us to make a solar panel. I made one early once. It didn't seem to notice. So I'm going to just wait until she's done with that before I get too deep into it. That's the dock back there. I'm just going to pile this stuff over here. Put that over there. Yeah. All right, since you're there, you can go into the recycler. These super long things are kind of a pain to get to the recycler. They don't toss very well. They're constantly getting stuck on things. And pretend that didn't happen. All right. Here we go. Now, you had stuff that is not copper. Yeah, we labeled your copper. So, let's go ahead and pick up all of our copper. And put you in there. And now, copper, 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 glass, copper, copper, and everything else. Copper. Copper. I'm trying to be so picky. I probably won't get too worried again about. Now, if you open the box, you can move things manually, or you can depress the left joystick that says deposit similar. Put all the copper in the box. And now I'm going to say add all parts to queue, and then build. And we're going to just put some boxes up on the wall. They are going to be crooked. I don't care really, but I know it annoys a lot of people. I mean, I want them to be a little better than that, but enough room. Yes. I just do 9. I'm going to do. Wow. I never did. Did I even pick that up, or did I leave it in the fabricator? I'll look at my inventory. I'm going to say add all parts to queue. Add all parts to queue. And you see it's building them as they go. So this is going to be iron. And we're going to left here. Go ahead and make that blue. A light blue. And light. There we go. Oh, I didn't save it. You have to apply it. Left trigger. We're going to be kind of fluorescent. And we're going to no color. How do I apply? How did I do this before? Select, select, and then back out. There we go. So you are going to be a darkish blue. Select, no. A, and then X. We need more. Say, add all parts to queue, add all parts to queue, add all parts to queue. Put the copper down here because it's just going to multiply. All right, iron, plastic, glass. I'm not going to. Aluminum. Fabric. And you I am going to color. Okay, flex. There we go. All right. I might go back for some of these. You are going to be silicone. And we need 3 more. Add all parts to queue, add all parts to queue, add all parts to queue. And come over here and slurp up everything. It also gives us our experience. And that's right, gold. I forgot about gold. And all of that. You can see the little gauge fills up. I want them colored if I have to get something in particular out of them. But a lot of this stuff just, I come back for it periodically. Deposit the rubber. You are going to be black. Select. The rubber is black. You are going to be these titanium and carbon fiber are rare. So they are going to live all on their lonesome. The polyurethane is really heavy. Color, this is going to be a bright yellow. I don't remember what that is, but it's kind of hard to see. Versus, we're going to make you fluorescent green. That's what it is. That's closer. All right, and I need one more box because I forgot about the last battle parts. So can you build? Let's put you over here. All right, it's waiting. All right, I guess all the junk off the ground. And you can see this has gone down by about a kilowatt hour. So we're going to do this forever. I'm going to put gold in here. And we're going to X to clear. Right click to confirm. We don't need a name on this one. There we go. And I won't bother putting the and the rest of the stuff can just clutter up the space. I don't think I picked up that object out of the fabricator that time. Huh. Oh well. And drop the poop too. And the fuel cable, because we don't need that. We also don't need quite that many electrical cables, but such is life. All right, we're going to come up here. I like going up these stairs because there's nothing blocking the way. That is the buoy. Let's swim over to the buoy. Seems a bit silly to say I'm going to go somewhere. It's going to be really exciting. And then, I'm not actually going. Let's go ahead and eat some of our. We don't need sardinas, and that's a bit silly. There we go. Let's swim over the buoy and see what eats us. All right. This is poop. We're going to need poop. Poop all. Poop. All right. This is as fast as this model moves, so I did kind of take a risk by coming this far out. But dragging the boat all the way over here, it's going to be a pain in the butt too. As long as we don't get eaten by a shark, I'm fine. These are fairly safe waters. You can see a shark every now and then, but okay. Interact. That's what we want. Now, we're going to be heavier coming back, but that's okay. We're going to right-click to take all, right-click the joystick, and this is going to sync, actually. There it goes, yeah. I don't think it can drag you down, but it can be kind of exciting if you didn't expect it. There are a couple of gratings on the outside of the dock that you can get into. That one that I'm pointing at over there, that is one of them on that side of the building. You kind of have to just plunk your boat right up against it. And hope for the best when you make a jump for it. Enter self, enter ladder, and we are back in business. Here we go. Okay. Pilot boat. We are anchored, so hit X to unanchor. And then we're going to hold out. All right, we are not moving very fast because of the electric engine. There are other floaters in the water if you're interested. I'm waiting for the voiceover. This is a nice part. When you're just moseying through the scenes, it will just play some soft music.
You'll need to master basic crafting skills and generate your own resources to survive. Begin by fabricating a Lumalite solar panel.
There we go. So hit X since the boat will keep going. And we just mosey it, so that's okay. Let me go ahead and drop down and around. I'm going to say fabricate. And because we got the Lumalite, we have this. We're going to say add all parts to queue, add all parts to queue, add all parts to queue, add all parts to queue. I am actually going to make 4 Lumalites, sorry. All right, if you hit A, when you're on this, you get your flyout menu. You can say split or split 5. We're just going to take 5. And we're going to manually, it wants to deposit. Okay. You want about 5 iron and 5 plastic. I have in mind. You know, deposit the rest. I'm just going to go around the corner, open everything. They all say container on the bottom. Oh, well. All right. Is it done? It's done. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to grab all the objects. I'm going to come back up to the top We're going to check. We are 1 kilometer away. Ooh, hold on. Is that a blinky bite? Ah, we are going to get the, do that before it floats away. Anchoring will stop you pretty quickly. Okay. Maybe got this. And there we go. Interact. Evolve. Jump away. Back to the boat. All right. You are pretty sticky on the letters if you hit them right. Okay. I'm going to put these up top. I'm going to wait until I have better solar panels before I do too many. But they wanted me to do some. And there's this lovely flat roof. So go down to build. Now, because we are holding the materials on us, the items that we made downstairs, we can build these right away. Going to rotate you and put you approximately here. And now the boat is. Yep, do not walk off the back.
Good job. You've successfully learned to craft and produce resources.
Thank you. That's it? That's all? All right, so once it's been fabricated, don't step on it. You want to connect. And do that. Fabricate. And how we've managed to drop the cable. Fine. Switch cables. Now you can. Anyway, for simplicity's sake. Nope. That. That. Come down here. The weather in this game is such a drama queen. Fabricate. Connect. 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 So this is going to be not very much because there's not very many of them, and because it's just a thing. You get better ones, but this will power up the boat a little bit. And all I have to do is drape this really ugly wire into your cockpit. These doors don't close, so. Oh, that is going to annoy the snot out of me the whole time. Never mind. We can be doing it different. I'm going to take it over here. Put you over here. Now you do not bug me. There. Connect. Oh. Bounce. You there. You do have to probably be mindful as you're walking up and down that you're stepping on that. Also, you can grab this and rotate it if you want to, which we're going to do, because then there's the less. Let me come over here. There. That is a little less hideous. Okay, we have completed our task, and we are going to go back. Oh, no, we're not, because there's another container floating straight out in front of us. And I think we have just enough daylight left to get it. Although I suppose that King of the World, it let us out here. Just some random floaty crap. All right. The other thing to notice, of course, is that we're coming up on an entire row of mines. Like, legit for real game. I guess they either want to see how well you pilot the boat or they want you to go explore that thing over there. But you can dismantle this stuff in the water. Like, you just roll up on it, point yourself at it. Now, because we are in the water, keeping contact with the object long enough to finish dismantling becomes a problem. And when the sun goes down, the leeches come out. So I would not advise swimming after sunset. Okay. Use our little outlet here. Recharge. Save. And then we're going to go driving in the night. Oh, actually, I can check the net. The net is full. It only ever holds 15 kilograms, so might as well empty it at that point. Empty it. Drop it back down again. And we'll wait and do the rotation afterwards. I do kind of wish that you could loot those container lockets. Excuse you. So you don't have to build them all, but such is life. And you're seeing these are starting to get full. That is full of copper. There's nowhere else to put it. All right, we just have to put it up here for the moment. All right, and we will drop our poop back here, which cannot be hygienic, but there you go. Drop, drop, drop. Again, we're not dropping the grenades. All right. Is that another one? That one's just gonna have to move there. We'll come back for you someday. Totally. Promise. All right. Now this is where we want to go up and over. Go ahead and point yourself at that stack of shipping containers. That is what's called a habitat. And they were talking about how they were going to be adding something called Habitat Westlands. New gameplay. I'm looking at their new quest, Secret of the Habitat. This habitat is such a pain in the butt, particularly if you don't have Do I have I can get the bolt pistol. Okay. And the forklift. And the small petrol generator. And that just jumps me down there. Small petrol generator, but we don't need that. I also don't really want. I'll wait and see what folks do with the. I'll wait and see what folks do with the forklift before I figure out whether I'm going to use it or not. I'm moseying. I am moseying, folks. This. But if there's no gameplay, habitat node 0 to 3.5. Now, the second you roll up on this, things are going to start jumping out at you. Because this thing was full of pink slime. The front of it is, I think, on this side. I don't know that it really matters. There's quite a few things to dismantle here, but not really enough to justify the energy cost, honestly. Time is it? It's almost sunrise. By the time I freaking mosey on over here, the sun will be up. There's nowhere to dock, really. You just kind of have to shove the side or the nose of the boat up towards it and take what it gives you. I'm going to do this. Yep. We'll call that docked. Sure. Okay. This might be the bathroom. All right. Step 1 is going to be to save. Step 2 is going to be to go down and make that bolt pistol. And maybe even one of those injector sticks. Yeah. Where is our bolt pistol? Add all parts to queue. Build. Build 5 ammo. The ammo is how you can use up a lot of copper. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to connect to the pistol. Pull the pistol out. That is charged. Connect to cell. I am charged. Here we go. Put the pistol away. This is the bolt pistol. There's that thing. All right, now it's going to start making. Now, you cannot have the bolt pistol and the electric pistol. They go into the same slot. So you can't have them on both at the same time. Just going to double check to make sure there's not. No. You have to choose between them. For this instance, I am going to choose the pistol and the crowbar. Yep. Do away. That should be the last one. All right. Ammo has weight, so remember that when you are gearing up for whatever it is that you're doing. All right, I'm going to click back up. Come over here. It's all closed. Usually they're open and they just kind of come at you as soon as the boat comes up. All right, I'm going to jump up here. All right, right click this. Actually, I'm just going to vacuum. All right. Another basketball game. This is actually going to be easier to play because the balls won't bounce around as much. But not the point. I'm going to choose to go in through this one. And we're going to shoot first, loot later. There's a little bit of slime over there. There are two types of slime. There's the slime that likes the light and will come at you. Mofo. And then there's the slime that hides from the light. Right. Yeah. It's easier to come at the slime from this direction. More slime. Sludge. Words light on the situation. Do not jump in water. There's down and there is up in these. There is a little side room over there. All right, we'll come back to this if we choose to. All right, hello, robot friend. Goodbye, robot friend. And we're going to get all of this, including the guitar. Go. Decide about them later. All right. Gonna be more slime on the lower level. Let's see, where's the best way to connect that? Money. All right, that goes up to the roof. Let's see what we can see. Oop. I'm sticking to the ladder and I can't have my items out there for bunch of stuff down there. Bunch of boxes. All right. Yeah. Where be slime? Maybe a bunch of boxes. I think they are trying to give you everything you might need to build a recycler. All right. There we go. Here's my slime. Here's my slime. Put that away. Put that away. Whack it, whack it, whack it, whack it, whack it, whack it, whack it. All right. Took a bite out of me, but not too bad. It was sneaking up on me in the dark the whole time. Okay. More slime? More slime. More slime. Get off. Get off me. Get off me. You're amazing. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Get off me. It's not as aggressive if you don't have the light on. Keep an eye on my battery as well, because swinging the crowbar and using the flashlight wears it down. You have to right trigger each time in order to use the batteries. I have like 40 of them, so. All right. Materials. For money. All right, this is the downstairs. The upstairs is on the roof. I think, yeah, that's where I was. I've been through there. I think that only leaves that box. And I don't know how you go up to get into it. Yes. Are you slime? Are you slime? No. All right. Ammo. Grenades. Okay. Okay. And I'm stuck on my own stuff. And I'm charging my batteries. My lights on. All right. All right, we are kind of at the 3 hour mark, or 10 to 3. And this is going to be a certain amount of breaking things down, deciding what to keep, what not to. I think what I'm going to do is my solar panels are extremely passive at the moment. And I want to make sure I have enough left to get somewhere. And if I go around burning down my battery dismantling things. And then it's going to burn down my battery and I'm not going to be able to do anything else. And I'm going to have to come over to the boat and recharge. On the other hand, if I leave the boat here, it will passively recharge at least during the day. So I think what I'm going to do, I've recharged once. Oh, crying out loud. Let's get stuff. Alright. I'm going to loot the small battery. Get you. And leave you where you are. Leave most of this where it is. These sometimes have bio-wastes. That is worth getting. Boxes, no. Rubber, no. Alright, and I'm too heavy. Now I'm going to do a trick. I'm going to turn this off. The reason I'm heavy is two reasons. One is I'm carrying a lot of materials. Two is I have all of these memories. Go ahead and drop off the memories again. So the guitar and more basketballs, the crayon. So I'm going to drop off the hose that I'm not using. And I keep that, I'm going to keep that small battery because if I burn down my battery dismantling things, although I may end up simply using my consumables. All right, so I'm also going to need at some point a boom box, which is to say somewhere to put ammo I'm not using. Grenades. Let's put you in here because they add that point split. Put you in there. That's the special sort of ammo. All right, that'll just be a stuff box for the moment. And this is where we start talking about the game loop. The game loop for this game is go to place, whack things, break things down. If that sounds like a bit of a nightmare, then this may not be the game for you. All right, point straight at the object, go up a little bit, go up and forward. Come on. All right, jumping on top of objects should not be that hard. All right, toss you down there. I'm just going to toss everything into the center well and get it back again later fairly easily. Do not land. I don't have to. You are obnoxious. Okay, let's do this level just because it's. All right, to you. Put you down. You're an expensive couch, though. All right. Not do you. Do you. The flashlight. Well, we kind of do, don't we? Right, everything on this side. I think I'm going to chuck out the door. Once we have better solar panels, we are going to have better options for fueling and powering the ship. One thing that it's possible to do, definitely, is if you are on Sanctuary 37, we left it full power. It is possible to, just take that way. It is possible to break down all of those things on the roof, and you can just essentially put them on your boat and steal that power. All right, so that is all of that done. That goes up. You go down. Now, where are the doors open here? Not there. All right, I'm getting turned around. This is a little alcove. These are doors. They go out into the water. It's not. Okay. Now, needs battery power. Where are the doors? There are none. All right, so it is breaking down or breaking down. Okay, so this is what this is for. You connect to the battery, connect to self. And we are just gonna break down. And we are charging ourselves, and we will continue to drain from the battery as long as it's useful, at which point we will be fully charged. The battery will be depleted. There you go. I reached level 6. All right, skills. Level 6. Better engines. This is what we're talking about. We want the Lumids, and we want the bigger containers. Yes. All right. I think for the engines, well, there's some sad ass engines, honestly. And we may eventually want the flashlight. But that's less important than increasing our battery, increasing our vitality. Oh, I didn't even do that. Oh, well. We're going to do shock absorbance, whether we want to or not. Increasing our vitality. Ooh, it's just given us all sorts of. All right, increasing power management. This is the percentage at which you use your power. And the battery is simply the amount of power you have. All right, it takes you up to 15. We like to keep things nice and neat. All right, eventually it's going to tell us we need pressure, so I'm going to go ahead and save a little. It's going to be several quests before that's an issue, though. All right, grab disable cell, put away, break you down. I suspect that if you just take yourself off the battery before it depletes completely, you can recharge them. Or it's kind of fussy to time it that well, and you can always just make new batteries. It's quick and easy stuff, like the sleeping bag. And that leaves the mattresses behind. I got the robots as I saw them, so there should not be any robots left. I'm gonna skip the couches. There we go. Dismantle, dismantle, dismantle. We duck back into that alcove. See, it got to the point where we couldn't roll our this is more than I don't really need these things, so I'm gonna leave those and go ahead up. And then up here. See, the leeches come out at night. Right. Stick to the ladders. And letting this last time. Flush you down there. Up. Get back up there. And I have to. You can't jump up there. Oh, she'll get up there again. You jump up here. There we go. That's not what I meant to do. Flop. Thank you. Connect to cell. Connect to small battery. Switch cables. Put away. That didn't make it. All right. This will, though. Just barely. All right. Grab cable. Get off. All right. The sun is coming up. I think what I'm going to do is chuck all of this stuff down into center. This does wear down my battery, but not as much. Actually, maybe I can sit down there, and then if I have to jump back up here, and just stand on you. Wish the robot came with solar panels. I mean, I guess you can build a solar panel and then attach the robot to it. That's what I should be doing. Do not walk off the edge. I should be building those better solar panels on the boat and then charging the boat while I'm doing all of this. All right, let's go around the edge and then we can go make some solar panels. It has a connector port on the scoreboard. I wonder if you have to repower them every now and then. I guess that makes sense. I wonder if you could plug yourself into it. Okay. That is a small petrol tank. Do not walk off the edge. You don't have a specific use for it at the moment. You just need to take backing onto it. Here. Right. That didn't work. Don't do that. These non-beams just annoy me. Ha. Okay. Now, root. And let me jump down here. And jump down here. And going to drop the petrol canister. No, not the battery. The petrol canister. And then save. Go ahead and then here. And I'm just storing my scrap in here. Go ahead and drop the teddy bear. There's one last thing I want to get from this place. And then we are going to call that done. There are a lot of stuff. There are a lot of things. Well, also I want to I do want to build those better solar panels because we're going to need them. Oh, that's great. This is the place where you can't get up. Anyway, I'll just go back around. There we go. And this is what we want. And we want to come up to this little walkway. Up to this little tower. If you are low on rubber, those tires have rubber and can be dismantled. And we have a teeny tiny teddy bear. All right. Back down again. What if we can dismantle the scoreboards? I mean, I suppose you must be able to. All right. So, I mean, there's a lot of other stuff in here, but I think what I'm going to do is clear out some of this in the front where I want my solar panels to go. Nice. Did not roll off the edge. All right. Oops. Put that right there. Okay. Now I want 4 lumimids up on the front deck. And they look like this. At all parts to cube. 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 What's in here? Nothing. Okay. Here. Going to drop you. Drop you. There we go. Go ahead and pop this one. No, not that. Not this again. Next, just small battery. Grab cable. Point away from the battery. Connect to some. Alright, let's go ahead and build ourselves a box. You're just gonna pump it up. Yeah. All right, I put it on the floor. My little hands are making things. Charged by my little battery, which should pop any minute now. Okay. This is going to be our memory box. Let's just drop that for a moment and go ahead and slurp up all of these. Coop vibrates. I can't even with this. Okay. And you go over here. Let's call you the memory box. We put you in there, we put you in there, put you in there, and so on and so forth. Such like. Coming. And stopwatch. All right. And go ahead and put the Nutricore, the different hoops, and the batteries and the hoops. Oh, don't do that. Open, then left, then name. And this is going to be called. I'm doing this on the keyboard. Memory. We're not going to bother recoloring it, and because we put a name on it, we don't have to put an icon. All right. Go down here. Actually, who can remain the boombox? We'll just deposit. We'll do a poop box at some point. And back outside. Spin around. Ooh, you're full. I can come back to you. Okay. This is going to be a little awkward, but the Lumimids here and here. And here. And here. Alrighty then. Click back up. Now, do I have any? No, I do not have any iron or plastic. Well, actually, here's a trick. If I dismantle this, I will get my stuff back because it is durability 100%. And grab the cable back. Now I have enough for one electric, but I need more than that, so that door closes. Split by plastic. Open door, thank you. Oh, I walked away before and I took the stuff with it. Waiting for one solar cell. Oh, or maybe I didn't pick it up out of the factory. Okay. Let's do this first while we're here. And we are just going to plug you into the side of the boat over here. And they are now charging the boat. Not by much, but more than we had. Now, you're still waiting for a solar cell. Don't walk off the side of the boat. It fell off to the side. The front of the boat does not talk to the fabricator. So if you're building stuff over here, you have to pick it up by hand. But that's okay. And walking down there. Go. Connect. Down. Okay. Let's go ahead and calculate right here. Now, that means is that as long as the sun is out, we are getting some pretty good power, which means I'm going to do this trick and get some of this crap off the front of my boat. Do last. I usually find 4 solar panels and 2 wind turbines is fine. Now, you do have to repair the wind turbines. They break down after a while. You have to sort of feed them some iron and plastic every now and then. Some people really annoys them. And I do admit that it does become less of a backup plan when we get the medium battery. The medium battery is like those standalone batteries that were back at the base that could hold a lot of wattage. The small batteries are the ones I've been carrying around for a while. They enable you to have a bank, essentially, and that's preferable to only moving around during the daylight, for example, when you have the solar panel. So we have solar panels on the roof of the boat, which are very small, very lightweight, very passive. They would eventually recharge the boat, like if we were stranded out in the middle of nowhere and just sitting around with the net out and doing not much else, then they would eventually recharge your boat. But it would take a really long time. It depends on how you're playing the game. If you want a cozy-like experience, then that is obviously an option. As long as nothing's attacking you, you're fine. I think what I need to do is check the logs. The secrets are because I didn't see anything as an obvious quest marker or thing that would indicate that there was something else in that habitat that needed to be managed. So maybe we're talking about different habitats. Obviously, the way the game is set up, that habitat is arranged to be one of the first things that you hit. You cannot do a one-shot straight out to that beacon. You have to go around those mines. I mean, if you want to test the boat physics, you could go through the mines. They're not that close. You can fix everything very carefully. But next. So let's get the rest of this sorted before the sun goes down. And I'm overweight, but that's okay. Overweight limit. All right, you're just a stack of boxes. Okay. So grab kibble, the kibble away. Go ahead and plug you in on the back so that this is available to easily used if I wanted. And a slow walk downstairs. Let me grab that. Put it away. Here we go. Oh, you were finished. Are you? No? No? No. Away. Is there anything else we can do with it? trying to get this silly thing to pop, but it doesn't want to. There we go. I could have tested my theory about recharging it, but... All right. And what did that do to our power? We're at 3.8. We started the day at 3.5. I think we can move slowly. But I will go ahead and turn off some of the non-essentials. Let's just double check that. Double check that. Get all of these out. Also, move on our XP. You can see down by the long blue bar off to the left, there is a little square that has a 6 in it. That is telling us how close we are to leveling up, which is not very. That's okay. If you break down literally everything in Sanctuary 37, you'll be like, I want to say you'll definitely be level 5, level 6 when you leave. That is going to go on for a while. Nope. Oh, a lot of fabric. You use fabric to make batteries. That is one of the reasons why you might want to be sure to get as much of it as possible. I nearly turned the recycler off by hitting it with a tube. It's pathetic. That is pretty impressive. I think I'm going to go ahead and make those wind turbines while I'm at it. And then we can have power all evening. I'm only going to do 2 of these little ones, so... That's nearly a full box of fabric. Oh, right, the copper is in there. Yeah. All right. Let's do this. Nope. Top. Yep. Now let's take the bits for our wind turbines. And we will take 4 plastic and put 5 orange, 5 plastic. So off of you. And delete. In there. And build in there. Connect. Connect. No. Here we go. So there's just a little bit, but it should be enough. And then the other elements are going to kick on as soon as we start moving. They're not, however, going to be moving very quickly. All right. One last thing, and then we're going to get going. I'm going to build one more of these because copper is dumb. It's too much of it. I expect you to be making lots and lots of bullets, which we will eventually, but not as of yet. There we go. Now, do this. We can do this. Do this. And do this. And this. Take these. And you are now our boombox. Over here. Well, you are our short-term boombox. The grenades and the ammo in here. There we go. Short-term boombox. Right there for no good reason. You put the net down. I did put the net down. All right. I think that is all we're interested in. Door. That is all we're interested in doing here. Self. Save. Time flies when you are dismantling space. All right. Pilot boat. Anchored. And we need to go backwards. All right. Tell you what. I think I want to get there sometime this century. I'm going to go ahead and toggle the switch, and we're going to use our diesel. All right. We're going to go up and over. We were moving a lot faster. The problem with the diesel, of course, is that it goes away. Oh, all that poop floating on the water. Here be regions. there are power structures at the beacon, and we'll be there for long enough for the boat to recharge. Well, I'm not overly concerned. I would like to get there sometime this century. I think I am going to want those faster engines, or just more of them. And I can also fit 2 more solar panels on that. Let's leave that for a moment. I need 3 engines. The engine. All right. That is the basic engine. Did I get the better? Might as well just skip to the better engine. All right. Basic engine, engine booster. I'm going to say add all parts to queue. Add all parts to queue. Add all parts to queue. Build. 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 It feels really better. And I am probably floating right past a bunch of buoys. I knew it. I know I'm floating past buoys. Ooh, that is some lag. I think that was the autosave. You're just going to have to wait until I come back. All right, here we go. We'll back up and dock rather than run into the item.
Silent and dark. The systems here sleep without power, and without their signal, we drift aimlessly. Bring back the power and awaken the beacon's voice to guide us forward.
All right. Now, I want to come in at an angle without running into anything exciting. Gay. Rude. Actually, let's try. Let's try. Are we anchored? Anchored. I want to see if we can dismantle those bonds. Because that one stuck up on me, and that's kind of pissing me off. All right. Let's do a proper backup. And in fact, let's back up. Yes. Yeah. Let's, if we're going to be doing this, let's go ahead and do a fresh save. There we go. Do I need to be on top of you? You can dismantle them. Let's jump. I chose a poor time to do this. There we go. Up on top. Standing on top of things in the water, they're easier to dismantle. And this is going to take a chunk out of my electricity too. Well, sometimes you get all the scraps and sometimes you don't. But outcome sounds. All right, let me go back and finish up our engines. So probably done. A little late. But yeah, I think if you have all of the engines that use the electricity a little more efficiently, and you're going to achieve a slightly higher speed. However, if you want noticeable speed, you gotta have the diesel going. All right. So we need to make a 90-degree turn and go up against that yellow side of that. Ooh. Also, it's a bit late, but if you, I'm not sure what happens to folks who have motion sickness in this game. Because they were not messing around with the physics of things. The waves are going to rock the boat is going to rock the robot. Although you would think that a robot would have an internal gyroscope of some kind, and therefore would be indifferent to the waves. But I guess you would also think the robot would have an internal clock, and they don't. So. Now, some of these things, they're not messing around. They will come at you as soon as you roll up. But this is fairly static. Most of the things that are here are not going to come at you until you go at them. Burn, 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 burn. So, it's close enough. All right, anchor X to get away from the wheel of the ship. We are going to find one of our mooring cables. Oh, dang, that's nice. That is a nice part. That's, I parched that very nice. Very nice. Here we go. Next. And here. Hill. And go over here. Next. Now the trick when you are anywhere but the dock is because the dock is flat water and doesn't wave at all. You do this, it doesn't really matter. For this, you want to don't pilot the boat, lift the anchor, wait for them to come up, the mooring cables are going to pull you snug. And then go ahead and drop the anchor again and then release the cables. Because they can pull you a little too snug if you are too attached. See, we're already back up to 5 out of 6. Okay. What my little gun look like? We're okay. You can go ahead and release the cables. They like to release themselves randomly anyway, so you might as well. We're going to save. No, I'm going to put that away. I'm going to save. Change ammo type and back up are the same. I'm just going to. Yeah. I'm going to do a little running jump. Move around. Shoot first, loot later. If I remember. Oh dear. Hello, robot friend. Poor robot friend. What actually is in here? Okay, just a little bit of plastic. The game is giving you materials because it expects you to repair something. I don't remember what's in here. The soundtrack doesn't think there's anything in here. Maybe you need to make your own forklift to have one that you have to drive. Yep. Just puddle. Okay. Actually, I want to try something. As I was going through before, I noticed something, but I really want my green box. That goes in the rifle. We don't have a rifle, so. Go ahead and offload while we can. I keep those because this is usually the game's way of telling you that you need to repair something and you're going to need these materials. That is not full yet. All right, we're going to pick a fight with something. Oh, so safe. Come over here. A bit laggier than I remember, but that could have been me messing with it. Ah, what about you? All right, fine. What? Sometimes they get stuck. Sorry, robot friend. All right, what else is in there? Ah, there's a critter up there. All right. We need a box to get up there. I mean, we could just jump. About this. We just jump, but ooh, we're just kind of dancing in a circle. Don't mind me. Come up here. Okay. Honestly, I think you are best dealt with the crowbar. Yep. Yep. I see you. I know. Yep. There you go. Where are you? There we go. All right. And so that I don't have to come back up here again, I am just going to move everything and chuck you down. And let the sun going down. Let it be literally in the water. That annoys me because I wanted to get this done today. Uh-oh. That one did get really down into the water. All right. I mean, I don't actually need to see what's going on in order to get these things done. Although there may be leeches in the end. Hey, fresh robot. Fresh robot. Here we go. Waka, 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 waka. Here we go. Waka, waka. Last one. There we are. Now. Here. Don't be too busy on with these that you forget about this. Because it needs to be waka waka before it respawns. When you and see that I nearly waka waka right under that. Okay. First. There we go. And we're just about out of ammo, and it's dark. This is what you look for anywhere you go with the power and vitality room. Heal back up. Go ahead and save. Actually, let's see some of our snack cake batteries. They weigh a lot. And there's 3 more sitting on the floor next to us. Mm-hmm. You can put them into like a container and take them with you and use them as needed, but you don't have to carry them all around with you. All right, these are usually pretty safe rooms. You don't usually have to do too much in these spaces. Go back to my options and change the sensitivity again. Bye. Comes out. Feels better. I don't know. Obviously, what's meant to happen is you are supposed to repair the wind turbines and repair the solar panels. There's no wind turbines over here. This is, where am I? I do not have the medium battery yet. That is in the next. No, that's not it either. That is 2 down. All right. You are not leeching me. Rude. All right. Those are leeches. I don't know why I'm slow walking. Am I crouched? No. I'm not that heavy. Leeches come out at night. We haven't actually seen them. We've just heard the soundtrack. Get really excited about the movie now and then. All right, let's go ahead and use some of our time to clear out the rest of this. Rude game. What I want to try to do, I want to try to do during the day when I can see what I'm doing and I don't have to worry about it straining as crud. I feel like I'm moving at a different speed. Gold. Go there. And more copper. You can build some when you first make them and they'll stick to the walls, but after you've taken them down or if they've been on the floor, they don't stick back on the wall. All right. Oh, and then that was fun. We're moving slower. He's also why I tend to like dismantling. Yeah. Anything else? No. Full or full enough? See, that is a red floater. That's different from the mines. It will spawn leashes. If you're wondering where the leashes all come from, that's where. All right. Here are my boombox. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in here because this is the stuff the game has been giving me. And this is the other stuff. I want to test a theory. Maybe it gives you exactly what you need to get through. And the rest is extra. Yep. Copper. It's filling up. I swear, they give you so much copper. Oh, she says, forgetting that she's going to dance. That is the sun coming up. Is that full of iron? Oh. Until I have a rifle, there's no use carrying a rifle around. I want to try something. I think that was 3 and 4. No, that was 1 and 2 and 3. All right, how many is that? I thought I was doing 10 and not 5. On the other hand, one burns through ammo so quickly. The basic ammo is just copper. The better ammo is copper and iron. And it can chew through your iron really quickly. On the other hand, the rifle has more range, obviously. All right, so that should be daylight, yes. And save one last time. Door. And up here. Now, what the game obviously wants you to do is power everything up and open that door. However, I begin to suspect as I was jumping around there is a lot of stuff over here. Now, there's not a way up to the roof from this side. However, there are some materials up here. There's some honey up here. They're not messing around with trying to give you more fabric than they are. Because the fabric was a bit of a pain in the butt. Okay. Up here, however. All right, that is a advanced diesel engine. Make sure you come back with that one. Actually, let me put this over here. No. You may be able to connect this building straight to this electric cable. This might have just enough left in it. No, output, nothing. These are all damaged. You have to get rid of them first. But it's conveniently placed stairs, and there is a ladder. Where does the ladder go? Well, first of all, that's some memories and some fabric. Actually, where's the batteries? Nice. And the box. There we go. All right, so there's a ladder up there. Where does the ladder go? The ladder goes straight up to the roof, where there's a giant hole in the roof that you can get down after you defeated the beasties. Everybody says, can you blow up the beastie by blowing up the petrol canister? Yes, although I'm not sure at what distance this is safe to experiment with. Apparently, I can't blow up the petrol canister. I can just damage it. Come here. Yep, yep, yep. I see you. I see you. Oh no. All right. I think I might have damaged it a little bit. Yeah, the hole is the stairs go straight down inside. You don't have to open the front door. No. I wanted to, I wanted, again, these things are not obviously, sometimes it won't let you shoot through railings. Plus side, the creatures get stuck on the railings a lot. Yeah, I hear you. There we go. All right, where are you? Yep, yep. Are you still there? All right. Now, the reason that I brought the grenades is that sometimes, don't fall on the hole. Sometimes it seems like you can just sort of drop them down on top of things, and I was interested in trying, but it does not appear to be what's going on in this location. So, we'll go ahead and add you to my holster. See, they're replacing the glow stick. So that says, what lives down here? Alrighty. More stuff. My batteries. Pico that's not been turned on. I guess that is one reason why you sort of have to turn it. And you can't get the machinery and the lights to work. I seem to recall. There was slime down here. And I'm not seeing it. Maybe it's in one of the areas. There is slime down here. And a beastie. All right. Yeah. Okay. Now, I'm going to do this. We're going to whack the slime. We got up here. Yeah. You're overachieving, slime. All right. Yeah. Do not walk off the edge. You're just going to get out of... All right. I don't know that actually did anything with it. All right, you better not be rebuilding yourself. You're rebuilding yourself, aren't you? Get off me. Get off me. This is a bad idea. Do it the right way. Do it the other way. You can hear it. Ew. Robot friend. That's what's going on. That's the red slime. The red slime does not like light. get it down from there before I. All right, what fell down? Oh, I knocked down robot friend. Well, that's one way to do it. Okay. Actually, no, we can do that. This is the stuff that we do. So I've once again gone in ass backwards. You're better off maybe going in. This will not open until you have power. There is another beastie inside. Might consider doing that afterwards. There's a bunch of stuff that has to happen. However, these doors open manually. Goodbye, robot friend. I've gone in ass backwards. Apologies for that. But we have a bunch of materials now, and I'm wondering if you can repair the solar panels. Not all of them. You need plastic, glass, or aluminum. So, well, the other thing that you could do, honestly, is you could just take this into the room and power the whole place off of it for a while. But ultimately, that's probably not going to be the best option. We're just going to, this one's been replaced. Go ahead and with every light. There we go. Good. And save. Okay. Recharge. Oh, don't. All right, again. We had a deal. I knew how all the buttons worked. And I know you're trying to be helpful, but it's not working. Okay. Don't need our headlamp anymore because we have power. It will go off as soon as the sun goes down, of course, but we do have power. Let's go ahead and take you back to the boat. This goes down on the diesel engine block. There we go. I'm going to make myself a wind turbine, just a baby one. And then we'll go ahead and do that up top. What did we say we needed? We needed, probably needed glass, aluminum, some silicone. I think that should be enough. Oh, wait, we needed some plastic too. And I'll go ahead and take some iron. you done? You're done. All right, we can build. Usually for these, you can get quite a bit out of just a wind turbine and a solar panel. Enough to run your basic facility as long as you're not doing anything else too complicated. So, there. Let's see. You there. There. This will give us just a little bit of backup. Ideally, we'd want 2 turbines, but that's simple what we have to do. 1 is fine. We need more glass. All right. Well, in the meantime, you can contribute. This is another situation where when you leave, you might consider breaking all of these down and just leaving the bare necessities. There we go. What we have to get started on is this room upstairs. Are you still there? Oh. My bad. Am I caught on something? Not urgent. Action. This game is almost all sound effects, so I'm going to take those up a bit. And I'm just going to up the picture. No, 5, back up. Okay. We have lights. And we have a door that still won't open because missing requirements. Pico ID beacon 49 authorization required. Where would you get that? You would get that over at your Pico station. And it has a new item that says require beacon 49 authorization. Please wait. Okay. Can I back out? Thank you. That is laggy. That is unusual. And the door is open. Are there critters? Ah! Are critters. Rude game. I've forgotten about the critters. Okay. I think it is sometimes laggy when there is a lot of weather effects, like when it's raining.
The communication array is damaged. Repair it, recharge the relay, and let the beacon speak again.
Yep. She was having a moment there. Okay. There's some more objects. Some more materials, some more batteries. These boxes, they're really trying to be helpful. Thank you, game. All right. Now, what does it mean when it says recharge it? It means... Lag, why are you being like this? All right, let's do... Graphics quality. No. Okay. That is a little bit better movement. Sorry. I was getting away with medium, but and if I wasn't streaming, I'd probably be on high to see what it's like. All right, so to get this downstairs, we are going to jump over here, drop down. No more cable left. All right, fine, be that way. Fortunately, we have plenty of the stuff on hand that we need to build. This is going to take a second. In the meantime, well, no, it's not just because I can't do both at once. You can walk around and build, but you can't do anything else in build. If I picked something up, for example, I would stop building it and pause. Pause waiting for materials. All right. Yes. But that's probably the time I don't know. All right. We have to go back to the boat. We have to build some stuff there. See, it's taking things out of our storage while we're standing on top of it. All right. Okay. Memories are poop. All right. Let's save. Did I level up again? I did. Okay. The flamethrower looks kind of cool, but I've never actually used it. There's nothing on here that I want. What I want is the medium battery and the field binoculars and the petrol tape and the better cyclone. And there's something off to the side, the shot grenade. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this is going to have to come off of here. Into here. But we won't connect it on the other side yet. And come up here and try to do that thing when we're doing it again. All right, fine. Be that way, game. You want to be all janky? We can be all janky. Next. Jump down. Now, if we go back up and look at that thing, it is going to be telling us that it is charging. I'm going to be charging very, very slowly. Yeah, 0.1%. So we're going to have to leave it for a little bit. In the meantime, we also have to repair the object, the beacon. And that means we get to climb this. Oh, there's stairs. It's not so bad. You don't actually need full power unless you fall off, in which case you're going to wish you had invested in that other stuff. Oh, I keep forgetting to put my enhancers on. No, wrong button. Enhancer. I have all sorts of enhancers down now. Let's see. Let's bring Call Mastery up. Being extremely generous. We're going to go ahead and get some battery going. I'm going to do 5 into pressure. Now I'm going to do more into power management. Go ahead and do some into shock absorber. My hydraulics I'm okay with. We got 5 left. Vitality. Okay. And I have a bunch of sun coming up. All right. Look! The platform is busted. Yeah. All right. Let's see if we can get down this. We can get this done without dying. All right. This one I do want to move at a run, and I do want to double jump because I don't really trust the stickiness of the robot. All right. Here's another one. And up a little. Jump. Nearly fall off. Keep moving forward as long as you can. Our robot friend. Okay. There is a railing there, so I think as long as I'm moving forward, here we go. Now, this is about the time when I fell off 3 times. I didn't die because I was charged up, but I had to go charge myself and come back and heal and come back. All right, so ladders are sticky as long as you don't press any other buttons after you press jump. You do have to press jump. Do not just run straight off the ledge. If you have your crouch on toggle, I have mine where I have to be holding down the joystick in order to crouch. If you have it on toggle and you've crouched without remembering, you cannot crouch and jump at the same time. So if you try to jump and you're crouched, you'll just walk right off the path. I speak from experience. To get this done, you have to run and you have to jump and you have to sticky on the ladder and then don't press any other buttons after you press the jump button. Don't double jump because that will unstick you. You want to trust the robot. This is also why I tend to aim up high. Run, jump. And I did not press any other buttons on the controller. I don't know how mouse and keyboard works, but it's probably fairly similar. You just gotta trust that he's gonna stick to the ladder. All right, And we have a beacon which needs to be repaired. Fortunately, we've been collecting materials all along. There's a few more up here. There is also this, which gives you a ladder down, and you do not ever have to do that again. The parkouring in this game really freaked me out for sure. I don't have copper? Game, you're letting me down. All right, I guess I'm just going to have to dismantle our robot friend and come back. That's okay, because that thing is going to be charging for a very long time anyway, so. Now, go down the right ladder. This is the ladder that goes all the way to the bottom. That ladder does not go all the way to the bottom. See how it stops? Yes. Get on the right ladder. Again, speaking from experience. All right, so we need some copper. I'm not seeing anything up here that looks lootable, except you. Gonna have fun. Bounce. Nope. No. Most of it will land on the dock and not in the water. Okay. Shut that. What are you? Oh, you're a display screen. Oh, that's right. And there were some random bits around here. I am moving far slower than usual. This game is early access, which means that there will always be something. And the fact that I'm streaming at the same time doesn't help. But I do want to get the beacon repaired and show you what it does before the end. My kitten comes to say hi. What is Kitten up to? Don't step on the laptop here. She's sitting there like, you're not paying attention to me. All right. I think this is the kind of thing where I am going to scrap the entire place. It's a lot easier to move around between than anywhere else. There we go. Okay, yes. Oh, that was the cat. I need copper, and then I need to go back up, and then I need to come down and show you what that does. Oh, so the technique for this, honestly, is to build a fabricator up on the dock, up on the platform, about where the panels are, the solar panels are. So it will allow you to break everything down right there. Copper finally comes in handy. or something besides the obvious. Take that. Toss our scraps in here. Drop our petrol down here. I'm also going to drop this screen. Worries me that it's that color. Maybe I'll make a petrol grenade. Or another petrol grenade when I get the chance. Doors. Maybe it's the fog. Having to do with particle effects, right? Kind of like the water and the rain. Maybe it's the fog. Because this is definitely moisture vapor in the air. Have you been there that whole time? You don't have to be worried about these things. All right. 50%. Okay, by the time we get back down, it should be finished. I see the fog and the rain. I don't have to jump today. I put the ladder down. Aren't I smart? There was copper, right? That was Kitten saying hi. Okay. Jump off on the right side and the left side, which is the correct side, so as to not fall down the hole. These seem to be primarily run on copper, plastic, and iron. So if you are looking to carry a bunch of stuff up somewhere, those are a good place to start. Apologies to anyone. Heights issues, I prefer to be able to see where I'm going rather than just stare at the ladder. Okay. There is also another spot in here, which will give us things. This is where I'm going. We could go inspect the downstairs and open this door. In the first place where I was extremely conservative, now I am a little less concerned about the beasties. Yep. I will say it's not. Oh, you're a robot. I'm sorry, robot friend. I guess I might have had the copper I needed if I'd come in here first. Oh, turn on the lights. Are you? Are there more of you? Is there another one downstairs? Or were you just the final leftovers? Oh, you. I'm so sorry, you. But yeah. You need to go. Oh. I'm. Alright. Orange crap. There's a bit more food. Oh. What? Oh. I'm deeply sorry that I have to whack you, but okay. Anything else? That is an electric cylinder engine. That is an upgrade to what we have. However, it is weighing us down. All right. Seriously? I'm gonna regret this. All right. We want these screens. All right, the rest can wait. This door will not open. Our security clearance is not high enough. You see, it wants security clearance 3. Somebody said if you look at your little man, it's at the very edge of the screen on the arm. There is a single sort of line. We are only at security level 1. And apparently it pops off every 5 or 10. So it's going to be a minute before we are ready to enter that room. All right. Let's come down. I'm going to drop you. Put you in there. Anything that goes in, no, but we can put the new food in here. Kind of like the memories, just hold on to this for a bit. All right, these are, I have 3 alloy frames. Into put you back in the room box. I don't think we'll be needing you anymore. What does a fabricator require? Fabricator requires 3 alloy frames and a connector port. So we could go ahead and make a connector port fairly easily. No more cables left. All right. All right, game. You win. Okay. You there, you there, you there, you there. See, the shadows have gotten a lot sharper and weirder because it's on low. I must have... Oh no, there it is. You just can't see it anymore because it's too deep in shadow. All right. Are you? You're not full. Oh, but for some... Oh, because I emptied you when I went. I emptied you and I went to go repair the thing. All right. Get forward. All right. We are going to... Now, instead of doing add all items to queue, we are going to add missing parts to queue. And we're going to stand here for just a moment while we make a connector port. All right. You are the basic one. You are the basic one. You can tell because they have a different tops. I'm going to grab this, drop it off there, and go ahead and drop you off there. What do you give me if I dismantle? A battery cell and an alloy frame. That's actually pretty good. I think if you toss it in the recycler, it just gives you materials back. I'd rather have the parts. So the sun is going down. The net is not full. I'm like a drunken robot. There we go. All right, so you moved it here. So you don't interfere with the wires. All right, you can bounce. No, bouncing is good. Oh, did I never repair the last one? I need to do that. Everything. All right. Okay, the wind turbine is feeding. This is feeding really, really slowly. I'm going to go get a little of everything. Actually, I'm going to go build if I'm carrying this stuff around. And because how this game works is occasionally very easy to remember or to forget what it was you were doing. It's gonna... there's more stuff outside than inside. I'll put you right there. And now we're a little lighter. I could have sworn I did that. My boat is having a moment. So, put 5. Put 5. Watch something watch 7. Put 5. In fact, I'm going to do. You always want to be taking extra plastic and extra iron. Anything else, you're probably fine, my darling. Probably don't need any of the special materials. It would sound like an idiot if I say it, but I don't know that I need to for anything. I'll take it anyways. This is being extra. Kind of like the weather effects. The holster. What does that go into? That goes into the holster 4. So that would replace the battery. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna put that away. I think I have enough juice to build another mini wind turbine. Need to do, however, is get another seriously. All right, fine. This is waiting for materials anyways. All right. I had the electricity battery power, but I didn't have any of the materials on hand. And I'm going to need plastic and iron with this. Not that again. Open. And I will drunken robot my way back out. And over. And over. And over. Yep. All right. You can plug in there. You can plug in there. You actually, you can plug in there. You plug it in there. Now, I want this. Now, it's gonna have to wait. Okay. Now, there's one plug left. So, build. Wind turbine. Okay. All right. Next, look away. Connect us up. Up. Put away. All right, let's check up here. sometimes this code finishes, when it's finished, it'll stop drawing power. And you don't actually have to leave it. Operation nominal. That is what we're looking for. Okay. So.
Alive again. Data streams freely, revealing paths once hidden. Beyond these waters awaits the Lazarus Complex, humanity's greatest hope. Seek it out, Caretaker.
Alrighty. So this is where we started. We went to the habitat node, and now we are at navigation beacon 49. This is brand new. Ooh, so is this. These are brand new. These have little bubbles now so that you know that they're underwater. So this is a new thing. Ooh. I want to go to the new thing. Not right now though, because I did not get lunch today and it is 3:15. So I remember this diesel platform, or I could just go straight for the new thing. I'm going to go straight for the new thing. And it's right here. I mean, they're putting it right here as if to say, please, please, come and find me. See, you have to zoom in really, really far. Take that off. Put the little person right over it. And then it has to be, come on. All right, it wants to do that. Fine. And we will, however, zoom back out again so we can see where we're going. All right, we'll go to the new thing, but we'll go to the new thing after we've had something to eat and broken everything down. So probably tomorrow, if I'm being honest, because I'll break everything down off screen. I'll put on a podcast or something and then just kind of chill. In the meantime, let's go up onto the roof, into the sunshine, and look off into the distance at our random marker waypoint. And that is where we're going. You can actually see the ultimate goal behind that a little bit. I love the horizons in this game, because you can see where you're going. And that is where I'm going to leave the last Caretaker today. I have played through on an earlier build. This is early access. It was released about a month ago. This is the new build that has new elements in it. And so I started over with a fresh build. So something like Beacon 49, I knew exactly what shoe, how to get here. Oh, what's going on. Which door to open, even though I did it backwards. The Lazarus Complex I've been through, and it's very cool. It is very, very cool. But this little waypoint, that's going to be brand new. We're going to have to wait until tomorrow to see that. In the meantime, go ahead, like, subscribe, all that jazz. And I will say thank you for watching. Bye-bye.